Dobar dan. Ovo je ovako malo razmrdavanje samo pre nego što počnemo i sa zvaničnim delom. Pre svega, moje ime je Stefan Vladisavljev i ja sam programski koordinator fondacije BFP za odgovorno društvo. Dobrodošli na završnu konferenciju u okviru projekta Strane direktne investicije, šansa ili izazov za lokalnu poslovnu zajednicu. Ova konferencija i ceo projekat podržana je od strane američke organizacije Centar za međunarodno privatno preduzetništvo ili na starom srpskom jeziku Center for International Private Enterprise, odnosno CIP.
And the outcome, this is the outcome of a long-standing work on the presence of foreign capital in Serbia, where through a certain gradation process of the research, a publication was revealed that you will be seeing online. It's already on the website of the BFP for Responsible Society Foundation, and we will go through the details in a short introductory part. So before I present some of the main findings of our survey today, we will have the opportunity to discuss and to hear the inputs of our partners, which we organize local debates in the project. We will speak about the local perspective in terms of FDIs and the position of local entrepreneurs, SMEs, micro companies, and their relationship with foreign investors and companies in the regions where we did the research. So we will have an overview from the national level, and through discussions with the national stakeholders, we will get their perspective about the strategic importance of FDIs as a component of the economic development of Serbia. But since we will speak about also the challenges on top of opportunities, the next panel will be dedicated to corrosive capital and speaking to our friends, partners, and researchers from Serbia and the region and the consequences that are not always positive for a country or a society when speaking about FDIs. As I mentioned, this conference is the final activity in the scope of a long-standing effort that BFP did in cooperation with CIPE. Our cooperation started in 2021 when we started a set of expert workshops on the topic of investigating corrosive capital that's placed in Serbia by one country. But in this preliminary stage of the research, we realized that certain challenges arising from the presence of foreign capital are not always related to the presence of capital from one country or company that have their seat and mother company in one state, but it's a wider approach that must be taken into account in order to understand what are the consequences and are they just positive or just negative. This brought us to the second stage of the project that lasted for a year, and our main assumption in the project is that foreign investment as such cannot be viewed only by considering the pros and cons. You must see the whole wider picture and what are the positive and negative consequences that FDIs have in a certain society. For our research, we took local environments, so we chose 4 towns in Serbia, 4 cities with a substantial presence of FDIs, and we organized our local debates first in Strane and then in Čačak. We ended with Pirot and Šabac. All the results of our research are available in the publication. In this introduction, I will briefly go through certain basic recommendations that we provided from the research, and I want to say that on our local debates we had more than 60 representatives of companies small, micro, and medium enterprises, national ones, or as part of business associations. And then and I want to thank hereby the Chamber of Commerce of Serbia. Their representatives were included in the debates, those from the regional level and those from the national level. So we involved local government representatives and of CSOs. We really wanted in this debate to learn something, to hear something from the representatives of the local business community, and the findings that you will see were made based on the discussions with them. There is, of course, a certain framework where we implemented our survey, but it's also, well, based on the participants of the local debates. And so what have we identified as challenges? After the first and then the second debate, we already had certain trend that we mapped that repeated themselves, regardless whether it was in Vojvodina, Šumadija, Eastern or Western Serbia. The challenges that the local entrepreneurs and domestic local companies face do not differ substantially, maybe in some nuances, in intensity, but generally speaking, the trends were easy to be spotted. When we go visit Serbia and say about what can be done or improved, it was natural to us, it was to complain about certain challenges that we face. That's the first challenge that we mapped. It's general enough that domestic entrepreneurs, those doing business as SMEs and micro companies, do not have enough incentives to make their business more competitive and or competent or self-sustainable. And a recommendation as to how this challenge can be overcome is in our publication. The second thing entrepreneurs complain about, that there are double standards for national companies and, well, companies with FDIs. There is a feeling among our entrepreneurs that foreign companies are those that have preferential treatment, that they have a better starting position, and the system is such that whatever the needs of the big systems, especially foreign ones, are, well, these needs are satisfied first. A more difficult situation with foreign companies is the basis of our research. Of course, bearing in mind the first two challenges that we faced, our goal was to see what we can do in order to improve the position of our SMEs in their relation with foreign companies. If we say that in Zrenjanin, for example, that we have a foreign company, what is the benefit for national entrepreneurs or local entrepreneurs from the business of that company? This was our first question. What we can do not to, well, remove in a way the foreign investment, but to place the national entrepreneur in a better position. So the main conclusion was that our entrepreneurs are willing to cooperate, but sometimes they feel that they're short of opportunities to establish such cooperation. And as a major role, well, they think so, should be played by representatives, local governments and other relevant institutions at the national level, including the Development Agency of Serbia, Serbian Chamber of Commerce. Of course, we also learned that such mechanisms already exist to a certain extent. There are certain mechanisms which are communicating what national entrepreneurs can offer to foreign entrepreneurs, but one of our conclusions is that these mechanisms should be either more affordable, accessible, or more inclusive and more efficient, since many entrepreneurs do not feel as, well, companies that can use these mechanisms and channels of communication, and the final outcome is, well, seemingly always that in spite of goodwill, even if these mechanisms function, there was a lack of capacities in their local environments to make it work, and then they turn to other parts of Serbia, or ultimately they find their suppliers outside of the country. I would like to end this, well, introduction with a set of recommendations which are formulated so as to be comprehensive and to provide specific proposals. So clear mechanisms of communication between foreign investors, local government, local business community. From the very first meeting until the last meeting, we have been hearing that there are already mechanisms provided by law and the authorities in the institutions that should do this. Whether these are business councils, economic councils, these are statutory advisory bodies within local governments, and what should be our goal is to see whether such bodies do function, how, and whether there is a possibility for the advisory role to be formalized so that it is more useful for the entities that were subject to our research, and these are first and foremost local SMEs. Adherence to local regulations, so we are back in the domain of, well, lamenting over the fact that one turns a blind eye to certain non-compliance when it comes to foreign companies, big systems, in order to fulfill certain other aspects. If you employ several thousand people, or if you can improve the general situation from the economic standpoint in the local environment or the national level, you will get a tacit approval, although they are not always compliant to our standard in our legislation. They're perhaps not harmful for the national interest, but they're not in accordance with it. The cost-benefit analysis of a certain foreign direct investment, so Serbia invests a lot in attracting foreign investors, and it's unquestionable that in the last decade attracting these investors resulted in a high level of economic development. However, we have seen on concrete examples that not all foreign investments were useful on top of employing a certain number of people, and the incentives provided by the state were very high, and the benefit of the president of a certain company was not proportionate to what was invested. Also, Serbia, and we will speak about this more in the last panel, and hopefully many of you will stay, although I know that it's a very busy part of the year. Serbia as a candidate country has a threshold of something that's called the adoption of the screening mechanisms for inflow of foreign capital, and this will be the formalized way in which the effects of foreign investments in Serbia will be measured, not only through the economic model, but also the strategic impact will be assessed in strategic sectors. Establishing the single mechanism for present local companies. I have to say that this is a recommendation that appeared in the first debate in Zrenjanin, and we promoted it wherever we could. You get the information that development agency has been doing similar things. There is a certain catalog, but we are back to the conclusion that there is a problem of lack of communication, or what we obtain as information from our partners in Zrenjanin, what stayed as a recommendation, is creating an open source catalog of services and products that national entrepreneurs can offer for what we need the activities of the local government and other relevant institutions in order to do this like it should be done, and which would improve competitiveness on the market and provide better insight in what local business community can offer. And this would incentivize the development of national entrepreneurs, since you see that someone in the same industry can offer better services than you or products, you will strive to improve. And a minimal inclusion of national entrepreneurs as providers of services to foreign companies. So there are negotiations for attracting foreign investors. Also, we were told that a certain number of investors that come to Serbia do not take anything from Serbia apart from labor. So every screw they need for their production or business in general, they import from their own country or from suppliers that are not in Serbia. Well, this is, well, protectionist maybe, in the sense that it is at the charge of the foreign company, but at least as a baseline, it would contribute to a better position of national companies doing business in companies where you have foreign companies. So as I mentioned, the publication is available on the website as of today, both in Serbian and the English language. And I can tell you that we hope that you will read it, and we are very open for your feedback. We will be glad to continue the discussion on these topics, not only today in our panels, but in the future. The foundation places great importance on the issues of economic development of Serbia, and we will continue in cooperation with our partners to promote further debate on this topic. So here I will stop, and but I would like to be joined now on the stage by the speakers of the first panel. So I want to ask our speakers to join me on the stage, and we will start immediately talking about this topic.
Jel možemo? Može, čujemo se. Dobar dan, dobrodošli na...
Good day and welcome to the panel, Direct Foreign Investments for the Perspective of the Local Business Communities. First of all, I wish welcome to Goran Kovačević, President of the Zrenjanin Business Circle, and Dragan Kostić from the Contract District Chamber of Commerce, Pirot. Welcome and thank you for being with us today. Regretfully, Ms. Baur from the Association of Business Women, Nadezhda Petrović from Čačak, could not join us today, but we will have a good substitute. So, I would like you, first of all, to introduce yourself and tell us what it is that, for instance, in Zrenjanin you are doing and is relevant to all. Thank you. I will tell you a story which I think illustrates what Stefan said earlier. And I think that it is not different than the case of other FDIs. Possibly it is a bigger one. So Lingom is one of the biggest global car tire companies. They took in Zrenjanin 95 hectares of land, of which 65 is covered by a roof. They received not less than 100 million euros in different incentives, possibly more if we count infrastructure, for an investment of which they say is 1 billion euros to produce 13 million tires annually. This is more or less 300 trucks leaving the factory every day. The factory is located some 5 kilometers from the center of Zrenjanin, and in the surroundings of some 10 kilometers, this is a home of some 100,000 people. So this is mostly a farming, agricultural region. When they started operations, their headquarters is right next to my business offices, and I saw it firsthand. So the famous or infamous Vietnamese workers arrived, and when I saw this, I went to the municipality and I told them, you need to go there, you need to see this. This is not adequate for people to live in. There were different stories about them, different TV channels came, CNN and others. It became terribly inflated, but their accommodation there for these poor Vietnamese workers who were used to substandard accommodation, still this was too much. When you add to this the fact that they had their internal security, like from Kung Fu films, like the bad guys from the Kung Fu films, you get a very negative perception, although it needn't have been so. So the answer that I got from the municipality was more or less that this is something that is solved or addressed in Belgrade. We do not want to interfere into something that is not for us to address. So after that, Zrenjanin became a place known in the global map for slavery trading and trafficking. So when you look at an investment of this kind, there are some 5 stakeholders: the investor, our state, local government, local business community, and the local population. Those are the key stakeholders. And then it turned out that all 3 local components practically have no impact on what is happening there at the location. When you look at the investment itself, we as the local business community, we thought, okay, it is good if someone comes and invests this huge amount of money. This will have some impacts on the local context. And partly this is so, but what happened was that the first sponsorship agreement they signed was for the National Football League. So at this moment, I don't know of a single, I'm not saying that there aren't any, but I live in Zrenjanin and I haven't heard of a single relevant sponsorship agreement or support of this company for local actors. But for the first football league, yes. Meaning that this was agreed beforehand, before they even arrived. So the local context has no benefit. Our local entrepreneurs who worked for this company, there were some construction works and some were involved, mostly through certain intermediaries. And later on, they ended up having significant problems in getting payment for their work. At one point, they even blocked the road. But obviously, our government did not pay to them the subsidies, and they, in turn, they did not pay the local contractors. So when you look at this, about 90% of workers are actually from China, Vietnam or China, possibly Thailand as well, because there are third intermediaries who outsource these workers. When you look at the engineering staff, about 90% of those who make some decisions are from China. So from the lowest level to the managerial level, 90% are foreign staff. So what do we get from this? We should get certain benefits from these staff working there. But now, 3 or 4 years on, there are 200 or 300 workers in the factory itself. All others are employed through other intermediaries with headquarters possibly in Belgrade, but I don't believe they pay any contributions to the local municipality. I don't know how much they pay, for instance, for waste collection or other services, but my experience tells me that they also, in this respect, have incentivized conditions. We also tried through our association, which has some 65 billion dinars turnover annually. We provide, some of our members employ 1,000 or 2,000 workers. But we were not successful when trying to do something or learning something. So when something goes wrong at local level, the company management goes to Belgrade and complains, and then Belgrade gets in contact with the municipality. So I don't know what will be the indirect consequences that Stefan mentioned. So all that Stefan's slide showed were completely true. So what will happen? Of course, if the laws are respected and complied with, things will be fine. But our experience tells us that this is not the case. So, for instance, in terms of permitting, they don't get permits for the whole plant. They have for certain plant components. So this is how they overcome certain difficulties. So it is obvious that everything is done for the benefit of the FDI itself, and then this raises suspicion as to whether this is violating the law. There are so many people dissatisfied, rumors start circulating. Very often this dissatisfaction is unrealistic, so there are all different kinds of fighters for justice, those who are completely right or those who have problems of their own. So this lack of communication is serious, and in my opinion, the only actual benefit that we are seeing is that we will have a highway that will be connecting Novi Sad, Zrenjanin, and Belgrade. Without this factory, probably this would not be happening. But now there are concerns that possibly opposition political parties may win the elections in Zrenjanin, which would mean that the highway might become sidelined and not actually constructed. So the question is also, if laws are not complied with, if pollution increases, what will happen to agriculture, which is the key economic activity in the Banat region? So for the incentives that were given for the FDI, possibly the whole of Banat region could have gotten a very good irrigation system. It is true that I always favored foreign investments like Linglong, but provided that they respect the laws and bring with them knowledge, new technologies, if they promote cooperation with the local economy, with the government. But this is distorted in our case. The private businesses are diminishing in significance, whereas state-owned and foreign investors are becoming more relevant, which structurally, in the long term, is not good for the states. Thank you very much. We've heard the Zrenjanin experience, and we'd like now to hear from Pirot, please.
So the experiences of Pirot, well, you need first to create a good investment environment in order to hope for FDIs or national investments even. But FDIs are much greater and frequent when you create this environment. We did it by creating the free zone Pirot, where I worked for 25 years. And now We are in the Chamber of Commerce, which is independent from the chamber system of Serbia, but it's still under the law, of course. We fought for having a good investment climate in Pirot by combining three things that would attract investors. One is state amenities and incentives. The other is free zone, and third, a local government that gives special amenities, so to speak. So in 150 hectares of land, we managed to combine these amenities and create a good investment environment. Just like in Zrenjanin, we have a multinational company, French company, Michelin. Tiger Tires is the company in Pirot. And it was created from the old Tiger company that had a good foundation, of course, and then now it's almost doubled by Michelin. The cooperation between the local community, with the local community, was very good because so the city reduced or removed its local fees because it's a free zone for foreign companies. We had two things. The existing company, Michelin, we have been seeing them using these amenities, and the second factor are the free, the SMEs that develop themselves in the free zone. We think that it's not enough what they allocated to the local community as businesses, even in Serbia. We think it should be more. We think that the local government can provide an even greater contribution to the development of the business of SMEs by special local measures. It's not used to the fullest in our country. And since the investment climate, so to speak, is changing around the world with the introduction of new taxes and the introduction of the global tax, global corporate tax that was signed in June between G20 and the OECD, 138 members, among them Serbia, signed this, that taxes should be conformed everywhere in the world with a minimum tax rate of 15%. So big multinationals that are subject to these measures will not be able to look for tax havens. This is good and bad news for free zones, including the one in Zrenjanin, where you have Linglong working in this free zone mode. It's bad news because the tax incentives will not be the most important. Zero tax will not be the most important for free zone, and they're based on that partially, but on the other side, it will turn them to new outlooks, so new developments in the world, to be able to be sustainable, to respect SDGs of the UN, to fit in the fourth industrial revolution, and also to fit in the new scheme of production development. On one side, it's bad news. I'm not sure if we are prepared in Serbia to think about this, but free zones will have to think about this, to put it, have this in consideration, but this will allow them to turn to other non-fiscal incentives in order to create an investment climate. So for starters, so now, of course, Stefan, you have been in the project. We have experiences from Šabac and Čačak. So what do the representatives of this city say? Well, first, I'm sorry that Ms. Bauer had certain health difficulties. I hope she will be good. I'm sure that someone from Čačak or Šabac could present better the situation there, but I will try to present some of the findings that we got based on the discussions from these two cities. So I would like to start with Priboj, actually, because Last year, we had the opportunity to deal with the topic of investments from a different perspective in a project that was great, but the research had a different purpose, actually. We had the opportunity in Priboj to speak about the perspective towards FDIs as a whole. And what we have heard there shows really a great deal of challenges that Serbia faces as a country, and also in terms of economic development in towns where FDIs should be coming. So we want FDIs to be quality ones to enable the employment of a certain number of people, but also for the benefit to spill over outside of the gate, so to speak, of this company on the local community itself and the whole of Serbia. This would be the best case scenario. We could call it constructive capital, for example. So the discussions in Priboj opened our eyes. We asked them, do you have any preference between EU-based investment or from Russia or for China? And they told us there are no priorities, just, well, give us the opportunity to open some jobs. And we asked the question, how would you feel if a large company would come from China and open a factory with 1,000 jobs? They told us, well, we would first erect a monument to them in the downtown as a sign of gratitude, but we could not provide for 1,000 jobs, not only in Priboj, Nova Varoš, Bajna Bašta, and everything in this circle, so to speak, faces a problem of the lack of labor. One of the things that appeared in discussions in Šabac was the following. The investment really asked a lot, contributed a lot for the development of Šabac. They contributed to a high living standard in the town. However, we are facing two types of problems. The first type is that small entrepreneurs and SMEs actually, and this was the focus of our project, faced serious challenge of loss of labor because people opted for, well, going to work for big systems, whether for better working conditions or the impossibility for local entrepreneurs to fight for the preservation of labor that matters to them. Also, we have a situation of depopulation at the level of the whole region. It's not only in Serbia. The second challenge that's seen in the recommendations, and it's also related to what Goran mentioned. He mentioned the highway Beograd-Zrenjanin, Novi Sad, as a benefit that Zrenjanin will have from the presence of investors in that town. We had a major agriculture producer in Šabac on the debate, and he told us that he has a major problem in bringing 2 kilometers of road, not highway, but road to his factory. It's a processing factory. He has cooling facilities. He sells frozen fruit. Investment in infrastructure that will enable a better position to the national entrepreneur without favoring would be a very concrete recommendation. And we have seen that the state can invest in infrastructure projects that would facilitate the business of our companies. The situation in Čačak is a bit different. The debate in Čačak was very specific in the sense that we have heard many good things as to how one can make cohesion between foreign investors and local entrepreneurs. One of the reasons why it was such, we were told that you do not understand how the entrepreneur and his identity is important as a factor of social life in Čačak. And the investor coming to Čačak, they already know that they must cooperate with these people in the way that's expected, because people in Čačak really value their entrepreneurs, and well, these are challenges faced by people there. We had two participants in the debate that did not do a lot of talk, and well, for us it's important to have feedback and also the opinions of the people attending. After nice things that were said about the cooperation between the local government, entrepreneurs, and foreign investors in Čačak, finally, as the moderator, I turned to them and I told them, well, you didn't share with us what you would like to see. They said, we do not have our companies. We are part of the associations, so you used to have companies. We asked them, why don't you have any more of these companies? And they said the dotations that are hidden in different charges, these were small companies with several employees. Our business, they said, in this system was not sustainable. One was in printing. So she said, how can I make profit from my printing company if each company has their own capacities for printing? Which is, well, true to a certain extent. But what I would like to say is the dominant narrative that we faced in speaking with entrepreneurs is, well, we have nothing against investments and investors coming from Germany, Italy, or South Korea, China. But let's see what's in it for us. How can we profit from that? How can we have a better position that we have currently? So there was a prevalent dissatisfaction with uneven treatment of big companies against smaller companies, because you often have the situation where the foreign investors are on equal footing according to the law, because investments are treated quite favorably as long as they're big ones. But everyone is ready to cooperate and to better their position if they have such opportunity. This is something that is part of our recommendations in the publication. So irrespective if we had discussions in all these cities, this was the prevalent topic. So it's a big pleasure for me that Goran and Dragan are here with us, because when you speak about these topics as a political scientist, you can only learn by speaking to people who are living this life and working on daily basis. And the recommendations are based on the inputs of these tremendous people that really were a big help to us at the local level, because they are these who will face the consequences of adopting or not adopting these recommendations.
You've opened many issues, but let me ask you first. You presented the situation in Zrenjanin. We were all in some way witnesses of these through the news. I happened also to be at the ceremony of signing, the opening ceremony in Zrenjanin. I was saying at that time, just don't come in the situation to have Čačak protest. That's not good for anyone. You mentioned the benefit of the highway, but now it's even uncertain in the context of elections. What is it that you are seeing, apart from presenting the negative aspects that you mentioned? What else do you see in addition to lack of communication, in addition to certain things needing to be improved? What do you see as positive? What is it that small and medium entrepreneurs can see as a benefit for them in working with such a big company? Benefits are many. As I said, a company like Ling Long and the huge production of 1 billion It means the highest rubber industry technology, German and French technology, not unknown. And this is not because of us, it is because of achieving a certain level of profitability and efficiency to reduce energy consumption, to reduce labor costs. So if we had the highway, we will be very close to Belgrade and Novi Sad, because currently our children leave Zrenjanin for jobs because there aren't well-paid jobs in Zrenjanin. So in this situation, they could live in Zrenjanin and work, for instance, in Belgrade. Yes, in the past, Zrenjanin was the 5th biggest industrial town in Yugoslavia, but at that time, it was a bigger economy, there was export, there was then the armed conflict and the sanctions, and the whole metal industry that existed at the time was fully destroyed. So currently it is agriculture in Zrenjanin. So on the one hand, our people could live in Zrenjanin and work in Belgrade, and the other way round. So to have a good company, you need good labor, you need good human resources. Currently, this is mostly in Belgrade, Novi Sad, and Niš. So in this situation, those people could come to Zrenjanin. A big company like Ling Long, and there are other big companies, and the situation is similar. I mentioned specifically Ling Long due to their size, but they live a parallel life. They are accommodated there, they have very little communication with the local community. At a certain point, there was 1,000 people from China working, but we did not have a single incident between the foreign workers and the local population happening anywhere, any kind of conflict or anything. Whether they are intimidated or what, I don't know, but they are very disciplined and there were no conflicts. So to mention the new tech, they have with the faculties an internship established in different companies. So these people, students, are doing internships in foreign companies. Some of these students, right after the internships, were able to get good employment offers. The purchasing power also is increasing. If you look at that investment, it means that these are mostly better paid jobs. Are these projections or are these the actual situation? It will be so. Then we heard that these people, engineers and others, will have housing developed in Belgrade and they will travel every day, commute to Zrenjanin. So it is very up much to the government, which sends signals to the local level. If the national level were to organize it differently, it would have been different. So what the government likes about big investors is that they have no problem in collecting taxes. And the government likes it, it has a big taxpayer and can better plan its budget. So all of these companies are paying their taxes, they are only trying to reduce the profits. So at one moment, there was a German company and they were employing 7,000 people at a certain point, which is a huge for Zrenjanin, and they had to get people from all the surrounding communities. I personally was witness. This was the same labor that is employed in these companies and in retail. It doesn't require too high a level of qualification. So you have a company with 7,000 employees who receive from different incentives. They receive 5-year salaries for these employees. So in this situation, if the labor cost is 500 euros, this creates big fluctuations in the labor force. Why would I, as a national business, be financing someone like this? Just look at the salaries that they are paying, so they are much more competitive than other businesses. Do you have similar problems in Pirot? Yes, certainly the economic crisis caused globally is by the COVID pandemic and the Ukraine conflict. This created huge disruptions in the supply chains. Some products are now sent by rail from China, while maritime transport is going up. And now, when seeing this, we need to come up with what our investment climate should be, not only in Pirot, but in Serbia, to be able to attract new direct investments which are on the decline. Because there are no bigger companies coming, while at the same time, and this is not the fault of Serbia, since Serbia is providing incentives, but this is the global situation. So what do we need to do to improve the investment climate? If direct taxes can no longer be exempted, there are indirect taxes in free zones, and the possibility to use the fact that big companies, instead of offshoring, will move to inshoring, to make their production closer to their market. So Serbia is well positioned for this. We can benefit from this if we create industrial parks or industrial zones that will be smart in its nature to enable the fourth industrial revolution and attract investors. This is what we are trying to do in the free zone in Pirot, to attract new technologies and everything that the fourth industrial revolution brings along with itself. We will see how fast we will be able to achieve this. This is also true, for instance, of Sheed, which doesn't have a free zone but would benefit from one. And I believe the government should, part of the money that it gives as incentives to foreign investors, to rechannel these funds and establish these industrial parks for investors, because investors will then know that in these zones they have everything that modern technologies can offer.
So we have seen, Stefan, you have identified the problems and the recommendations, but you said at one point the strategic orientation of Serbia is EU accession, but can these things be developed in parallel? And so we improve the environment for FDIs, and generally we adapt our legislation, and we had to have, well, a better environment for companies that want to invest in Serbia. Often the argument for different topics, well, some people say, well, we don't have to do anything until we become a member of the EU. Well, I was thinking about the Chinese investment. Yes, there is a difference between what is in keeping with the national legislation and what is a legitimate practice. Very few things that are related to FDIs and investment very few things are contrary to our legislative framework. We formulate the legislative framework very cautiously so as to attract FDIs and companies to Serbia. However, the problem often arises after the investment is realized. We haven't come to the full production capacity in Zrenjanin, and we had several challenges that we faced, meaning the investment faced, from the beginning of the construction, to start with the construction without the proper permit, etc., etc. So that's why I said, if clear, the fact is that there are certain concessions that are not completely in keeping with the standards, but we have double standards there too, from the origin of the investment. Well, maybe I would ask small entrepreneurs if they don't pay taxes on time or pay salaries on time, whether and what consequences he will face, or if they don't have all the documents when the inspection comes, whether he will be able to operate and do business in the next month. But the essence, and this was debated in the previous years, so how to make these investments, how to make these investments spill over for the benefit of the community. And the recommendations that arose from Pirot and Zrenjanin are very specific proposals as to how the position can be improved for domestic entrepreneurs, whether it's better communication, making a catalog, and promoting the interests both on the local and the national level, because we have heard that the national level is the first place where the SMEs and investors should look for their interests, or establishing free zones whereby spilling over this investment profit will improve the position of the entrepreneurs. And these are things that should be discussed as to the modalities and the ways how this can be done. The fact that Serbia is on the path to the EU will establish some mechanisms that will regulate also this industry. The screening mechanisms for foreign investors, that will be the obligation of the Republic of Serbia. It will mean a clear set of measures and procedures that should be respected in order for investment to get the green light, with a small note that it's often a political instrument, depending on political will. The real impact, the actual impact of the FDIs will be assessed as good in the future or bad in the future. So now we will involve you. This is my favorite part. Do you have any questions? I would just like to interject as to what we have. Giving subsidies is a sophisticated form of bribery, and it's done by all countries, but it's quite prevalent in Serbia. I think that Serbia attracts more capital than the whole region. But as Stefan said, he said corrosive capital. You have the capital that is more desirable. The corrosive capital, he is coming where there are subsidies. The one you want, they want conditions to do business, stability, security for investing money. And that is why they won't come to Serbia. They are choosing countries with a stable system, respecting legality, etc. We cannot move forward. We do not have the conditions for business. We don't have the business environment where you have predictability as to what can be done, because we don't have a state administration which is adequate to be of good quality, not only in terms of numbers. The public administration, since it's politicized, cannot give provide the service that serious companies provide when they say, I need a permit, I will get it without going to the liaison officer in Belgrade, but this will be the proper authority. This is what we must deal with in public administration, transform the public infrastructure, digitize everything, etc., so that it can provide services unaffected externally. In that situation, we will not be forced to give subsidies, and we will attract companies that prefer security and safety. Do we have any questions?
Let me welcome you. I'm Gordana Đurđević, Business Women of Serbia Association. And for more than 10 years, we are operating with a big international corporation, exporting to Switzerland, Bulgaria, Germany. And I wish to present our experience when it comes to working with multinational companies. I think that the domain or the question of accountability is very important for the local communities. After these 10 years of cooperation, I was recently contacted by the company that I cooperate with, asking many questions about social accountability. How far we respect the concepts of sustainable development, poverty reductions, empowering women, and benefits from FDI. So as this company, EcoVadis, you probably know this company, but since you also are involved in social accountability, we could, in Serbia, also implement these concepts in our work with foreign investors. In addition to this, the cooperation between foreign investors with national companies should not be seen as a burden, because it can be a benefit for this company. If we have good offer, if we have something to offer economically, it would mean that these foreign investors are achieving big savings. Savings are a key word, a buzzword for big companies. And we need to organize fairs, exhibitions, or meeting places, meeting forums between foreign investors and national companies to show and present what they have to offer, so that we meet at one of these exhibitions, face-to-face, B2B, and we can show what it is that we can offer. And I'm sure that through such context, there would be cooperation resulting, so that we don't have to go to exhibitions and fairs in Hanover or other European places. So foreign companies are here. Why not enable a direct contact here in Serbia between local businesses and foreign investors? This would be beneficial for both sides. And maybe we can, through them, also export to their subsidiaries globally. Of course, I'd like to comment on this, particularly this B2B part. I'm looking at Gora's idea, which is where we started from. In 4 debates that we had in 4 locations, we heard that communication is not adequate. Fairs, exhibitions would certainly be one good modality, so maybe we will review our publication to add this. But you hear that these things already exist in some form. In the second panel, we will hear the Development Agency of Serbia, we will hear the Chamber of Commerce of Serbia, and they will tell us about this. And there are some criteria, I think there are 8, for the Development Agency to list a supplier in their catalog, which they present to foreign investors, because the Development Agency is the first place of contact between international and local. How do you get listed in this catalog? Who has access to this communication is a big issue that we cannot really answer, but establishing an open database would certainly increase competitiveness, better access to markets once they are here in the country, because through this they have clear information of what subcontractors can offer. The question is who will be feeding this database, who will be communicating it, because it should be accessible to all. And this is one of our recommendations, to increase capacities. If you are, for instance, producing work uniforms and you see you can do it better, you will try to raise your visibility or to improve your production, to compete with other players. But this needs to be, at least initially, coordinated by some actors who are in contact both with the foreign investors and with the local business community. Thank you, Stefan, very much.
Aleksandar Matkovic, thank you for an exceptionally interesting panel. I work as an associate on the Institute of Economic Sciences, and I'm also a member of the political party Left Green Front. I wanted to tell you that in 2021 and 2022, I had contacts with Linglong. I did interviews for workers. It was very interesting to hear from you how this looked like from the local community angle. So interestingly enough, when I interviewed them about labor, they never mentioned any Vietnamese workers. I was looking for information about their labor, how many employees, etc. So it was interesting to see that in the first stage of construction, our deficit of labor, electricians, construction workers, made them employ subcontractors, but they were not legally bound to reveal the numbers. It's so poorly regulated. Our National Employment Service issued only 176 working licenses, and there were 750. They had 404 residence permits, and they had 750 workers. The Ombudsman said everything was fine with the papers, and the ministers too. Well, not everything was okay, of course. So you just confirm that it's completely true what you said, that there is zero communication between Linglong and the business community or the local community, because if there was communication, it would never happen. Also, what I wanted to say is what we often forget about China. This is planning economy, the command economy. They invest in Serbia in 3 sectors: transportation, metal, and energy, and it's a strategic sector. When China comes, it's not one company, just for example as Lafarge. There is a insurance company, Chinese loans, banks, subcontractors, etc. This is a command economy, and when you look at the proportions they invest in Serbia, these are the same proportions of their investments in the whole Eastern Europe. Targeted investments that are not that much a characteristic of the EU, more so of China. Also, what I wanted to say, my personal opinion, you mentioned that you were afraid that the opposition would win. When we win, that we scrap the investment for the highway. We will not. I'm a member of the working... No. I fear that if we have the opposition in power in the city and the government at the national level, that the government at the national level will not be, it will not be in their interest to work for the benefit of the opposition. So I'm not sure that we are that strong in Vojvodina, but in any case, I'm a member of the working group that should formulate these economic policies, especially in terms of Chinese investment. And interestingly enough, you have the need now, well, we are not automatically embracing all investments. We do not depend only on foreign investors. The ideology is very strong that every foreign investment is good. But are they really raising productivity? Is there a transfer of technology or transfer of knowledge? Linglong is sending people to China for them to be educated, or they send their engineers here. The transfer of knowledge between their engineers and national engineers, well, I never heard of this. I believe that, as Stefan said, we must see which investments are okay and under which criteria, and not just to repeat that we must depend on foreign investment, that every foreign investment is good. Well, this was my comment. There was a research said that the most efficient are domestic investment, then foreign investment, and then state investment, which was a surprise to me. But this is the research I have seen. We cannot do without foreign investment. When I say without, I'm not only saying about financial things. Serbia is a small country. Zrenjanin, well, has gone through a big disaster due to loss of market. For Serbia, it's incredibly important to be an open country, which does not mean, of course, that you open your market for everything without being ready. We would have to adapt the whole infrastructure in order to get a product that can be exported. For example, I'm in retail. We have Lidl. Lidl is not doing anything against the country of Serbia. They do not want to buy in Serbia. I think that they will buy everything in Serbia if they could. But for example, when you take product from Poland, it's cheaper because the EU market is bigger, smaller costs, and then, as you said for the two ladies, national suppliers are not competitive enough. So then this has repercussions against the whole system. The stronger than domestic production, you have more independent people. You cannot blackmail people business-wise. The complete structure of decision-making is changing, and that is why nobody likes national economy in this way, because it undermines the government. But without a good national economy, and I'm in the jury of a competition for choosing the entrepreneur of the year in 65 countries, one of the best organizations of that kind. And for several years I have been in the jury, so you had, if you look at people, national companies that 99% export goods abroad, nobody knows of them. They just live and work here, but there is a company working, producing medical devices, and they attested them in the US, in Switzerland, and not in Serbia. So when I asked them why, they said, well, here all the cards are already made. I have to go to tenders that are already fixed. Abroad, I have better certainty. So we do have the strengths we need internally, but this does not exclude foreign investments, no matter the country they come from. So China has a communist capitalistic system. This was impossible, of course, in the past, but it's possible now. It's very efficient, and we need everybody. We need foreign technologies. Through this link long, we will get to know other things that are happening. Some links will be created, but we have to empower our country to produce cheaper products for this to make sense.
I'm Dragisha Milosevic, social worker, social policy. I'll be brief. I think that economic investments depend on social policy in a country. And why is Jablanica district always marginalized when it comes to foreign investments? I'm glad to see that Pirot is making progress, irrespective of where the investments come from, the US, the Russian Federation, China, anything but people to have jobs. We need a flexible social policy model that, in fact, ensures benefits from these investments. Do you have comments, or do we hear the next intervention? Good day, I'm Darko Obradovic. I will also be very specific in my question. How much does the presence of China's state-owned company impact reducing competitiveness in Serbia? That's number one. And secondly, we see the question of Linglong and the steelworks in Smederevo and in Bor. How much do they comply with business standards? And I'd like to hear your answer to these questions, because as long as we do not look at these effects, we cannot assess whether these qualities are beneficial or whether they create more harm than good. Let me start with your question about competitiveness in the market. If we are speaking about the biggest entry of Chinese capital to Serbia in the past 15 years, we will not be talking about FDIs, we will be talking about infrastructure projects and loan repayment for loans from Chinese banks and the involvement of Chinese companies in such projects in Serbia. This leads us to the key problem. I don't know how much this impacts competitiveness. Why? I don't know, because I don't know specifically whether the Chinese loan was taken before it was the best offer on the table, the only offer, or because someone just decided to take Chinese loans. What we can say that when it comes to developing infrastructure, Serbia is cooperating with European, Turkish, Azerbaijan, US, and other countries. But in the last 15 years, this is at a much lower level than is in the case of Chinese companies. A data was published in July this year about the Chinese corrosive capital in Serbia. And one of the key problems identified here is transparency, which brings us back to dichotomy of legality and legitimacy. We cannot deny the legality of these contracts because they were signed in line with our constitutional order and in line with our national legislation. Therefore, all the tendering is confidential, all the negotiations are protected as confidential, and they were mostly, in the end, these agreements adopted by the national parliament. So the issue of competitiveness is the issue that could put aside the criticism. If someone was to tell us that this was the only way to modernize our infrastructure, we would say, okay, It is the Chinese, it is the Turkish, it is the Japanese, but we don't know. And as long as we do not know, we can ask the questions and persist in it until someone understands that transparency is provided. With respect to investments that you mentioned, Zrenjanin bore a very complex investment. So when we talk about the FBI, it is the purchase of the bore industry and what followed afterwards. So there is a monopolization of the mining complex in eastern Serbia. What are the benefits of this and for whom these benefits are? It is something that would require a much more comprehensive analysis, but definitely the investment in mining in 21st century is a strategic decision that may happen in other regions of Serbia, whether there will be continued and ongoing mining or not. Some of these illustrate that Serbia is working for its to its damage. The ironworks Smederevo is not actually sold. It is one of the biggest debtors to the power industry of Serbia. So this agreement was not the sale of the ironworks, but only of the ironworks assets. And for many years, you could not find a partner for this industry dating back to the 19th century. That was the reason why Serbia could not find an adequate partner before the Chinese came in. But I would like to add on a somewhat different tone. These are not challenges that cannot be solved. These things can be solved. Why aren't we discussing, for instance, Chinese investment in Czech Republic or Slovakia? Because the Chinese investments, once they come in, they simply adjust to what is there. So we are not discussing some specific investments like companies in Kragujevac without disturbing anyone. They work according to standards and so on. We are discussing investments in which the system did not deliver on its role. So we want to improve our system so that we no longer have the need to discuss corrosive investments. I've been an entrepreneur my whole life, and I really think, like Stefan said, that the ball is in our pitch. We remember for the steelworks, they were excellent employers, the US investors. They had very good relations with the local community. They, in the end, sold this to the government of Serbia for €1 or $1, although there were huge debts attached to this, after which the Chinese came. So whether it is the Chinese or anyone else, the ball is in our part of the pitch, so we need to be organized. Every capital is, by nature, corrosive because it is going somewhere to invest and make money. If you open up sufficient room for it, it will spread as much as it has room to spread. And that's how the markets operate. So it's not based on goodness or honesty, it's based on making money and generating profit. That's how it is. And this also results in progress. But on the other hand, there is the system, there are laws that need to put this under some control. You were mentioning social accountability. That was an unknown concept 10 or 20 years ago. But now I have a foreign investor in my company, and they all have strong social accountability, corporate social accountability concepts, but it's very much still internalized in the operating costs. However, it is obvious that all of this new value that is generated will be turning more and more into social accountability. Whether the capital is from Emirates, from the US, it doesn't matter much. We have a problem with China because China is an elephant. While it turns around, it creates chaos around it. But essentially, they operate in the same way. So it is up to us, up to how we internally are organized. Let me add to this what it is that we need to do as we move on. Municipalities have different mechanisms. They can develop their local programs for cooperation with international companies. Usually, multinationals are closed systems. We know this from experience. It is difficult to get all the security vetting and everything else to get into working with them, so they have in place strong corporate rules. But it is not impossible. And I believe that each municipality should have its local plan. So maybe this can be a next topic so that we look into what these modalities can be. Like, for instance, Philip Morris company and their project Move for Your Job. So they invested over the past 7 or 8 years. They have a program to raise capacities of their suppliers. So this is what a multinational company needs to do, actually, to work with those that they work with. But they need somehow to be motivated to raise capacities of their local suppliers. This should also be designed and supported by the national level authorities. Other questions?
Just wait for your turn, of course. Just briefly, a couple of observations before the break. Since we are speaking about FDIs, us as an organization, Standing Conference of Municipalities and Cities, we have been raising the capacities of local governments to take up their technical and expert role of supporting FDIs. And something that we concluded here is that FDIs are, well, indispensable. But maybe our system, our state, did not negotiate well these investments, because we can hear about examples from other countries. They have made good use of FDIs by tying these big subsidies for opening R&D sectors where half of the capital and the people were from those companies, and half were local people. And when the foreign investments left, they took over the know-how, the technological development remained in Serbia, and they continued to develop in that sense. Also, when it comes to FDIs, we must see what are the current costs, and these big subsidies. Had these opportunity costs, had these subsidies not been issued, and had investments been made in the legal frame, the legal sovereignty, and the investment environment, No, these subsidies were like a compensation for major problems. Of course, the recommendations, our organization has come to the same recommendations. This is nothing new. For the last 15 years or 10 years, we can, of course, work together in the future on this. But finally, what I want to say is that since we didn't mention that the SME sector, well, is a major part of our economy, some say 80, 90%, without a serious investment, we cannot count on sustainable long-term growth rates. Well, foreign investments are fine, they're bringing what we do not have. But if we do not turn to small and medium enterprises, we will be facing major problems. As the gentleman from Pirot said, we are already working on with local governments to support local economic development. These are programs which provide subsidies to small and medium enterprises. This depends on financial resources that the local government can earmark, but this is small amounts of money, and we are advocating with the Ministry of Economy to introduce some kind of system. As if you have in agriculture, we must make a system of cooperation with local governments to incentivize economic activity on their territory. So what is the general conclusion? Speaking about and connecting foreign investments and local governments, I think that my experience is that the state must be better organized, and that the ball is in our camp, especially in Belgrade, in national authorities, in the ministries, in the government. If good rules are adopted, then we will have the benefits. My experience with local entrepreneurs, and I have major experience with local governments, hundreds of them. Some have greater capacities, other smaller capacities, and most of them are very open for cooperation. They want to cooperate, so thank you. Mr. Kostic, I think that we need FDIs, and this is something that we shouldn't be up for discussion at all. Deng Xiaoping in China opened free zones in Shenzhen, and then in the whole of China, he attracted the Americans, and then they stole their technologies. Now they have the similar technologies as the US. This should be our goal, no matter from where the investments are. Deng said that it doesn't matter. So everybody's welcome, more or less, but we should have the rules. I will ask to see the publication and the website, and I want to thank all our partners. We have worked on and implemented this project, and I want to thank Goran and Dragan for sharing their experiences with us. I will be glad to continue speaking on this topic, and I want to ask all the others, and of course the ministry playing a big role as the key communication factor in communicating these recommendations and conclusions, and we will be joined by our colleagues from the Chamber of Commerce and continue discussing. So we can start. Thank you all and welcome to the second panel for today. Nena Dijetović. I'm on behalf of the Institute for Innovation and Development. I want to thank for the invitation and Stefan for this project. The topic of the panel is strategic importance of FDIs. The previous panel ended, there was a good introduction for us with the strategic commitment of China as if it was agreed upon with the text that published in the portal OCO, speaking about the consequences of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. I hope that, we will not be that complicated, and we have our guests, Bojan Stanic, Milena Radović, and Mr. Alexander Markus. I would like to set some basis of the panel, for which I believe will be interesting. If in the first panel we have heard many information as to how FDIs work at the local level, what is the position of entrepreneurs and those that work with those bringing FDIs, as the name says, as the title says, this panel should be dedicated, to seeing what is the strategic importance of FDIs for the Republic of Serbia. The key matter I would like, you will remind me with your questions, which we must finish at 1 o'clock. Can Serbia and Serbian economy do without FDIs? We will start with Ms. Milena, and I will, try to ask you for some introductory questions, and I will ask the remaining speakers to answer. What is the strategic importance of FDIs for Serbia? Can the Serbian growth rate do without FDIs? And are we relying too much on this model of growth in the period from 2007 until today? Good day, everyone. So if you ask me, since I have been working for quite a while with both foreign and domestic investors, they are an important driver of economic development because they are bringing new technologies and new way of thinking. One of the main things that I noticed working with them is the fact that they have the foreign direct investors, in addition to bringing capital in Serbia, they bring know-how and a business policy that I have to admit is not fully developed in Serbia, as it is the case in Western Europe, for example. So foreign investors do bring new things, they bring new way of thinking. Then if every foreign investor is good enough for Serbia, that's a different question. But the answer is yes, we cannot do with them because we have to keep step with the world, and the changes that happen, especially in Western Europe, are happening very quickly. We have had stagnation for a while in Serbia, and since FDIs kept coming, one can feel the change in the economic growth and development of our country. I won't agree with you that there were changes, but let's take the labor market. Can you tell us some of your experiences and opinions as to how you were looking at FDIs where the employment rate was, for example, 24%, and today when it's 9.6%? The growth rate is of unemployment is going down. What is happening today, as the previous panelists were saying, we have a situation in Serbia that we do not have enough labor. And these are things, challenges that the whole of country is facing. What we noticed lately, the investors that are coming are looking for more qualified workforce, and this is a tendency that exists in Serbia increasingly, and something Serbia must work on. So education of labor, raising awareness of young people that they must work, So these changes are quite present, and with national companies, we have domestic investors coming with situations where they cannot find adequate labor, and we should be working on that. So at the end of the panel, we will hear about the answers as to whether we need a different model of FDIs. I want to continue with Mr. Boyan, but just to sum up certain information. Boyan, 4.4 billion last year, 13.6% more than 2021. Since 2007, reference year, 42 billion euros landed in Serbia. What is your opinion of this money, know-how, and business culture that's coming from Serbia, and have we become dependent from FDIs?
Hvala, Nenad.
Thank you, Nenad. Good day to everyone. Thanks to BFP for the invitation to participate in this final conference. Let me look back at some new figures. What you said is accurate, but recently there have been new data published. Yes, about 4 billion in September this year. So over the 9 months of this year, 3.2 billion is the inflow. And compared to the same 9 months last year, year to year, it is 8% growth. So even this year, we are having a growth, and we will probably this year exceed 4 billion euros, which is relevant statistics. You've mentioned unemployment, which is now down to 9%, meaning that increasingly lack of labor is becoming an issue. But as to whether we are happy and as to whether we are dependent on FDIs, let me start from your introductory question that you addressed to Milena, as to whether we can do it. And I would simplify my answer by saying, yes, we could. But the question is, how, at which quality level, and how long it would take. In our recent economic history, we did without foreign investors. During the 90s, the economy went down, much potential was lost, and thereby the economy went down to a level where it then took more than a decade to go back to the BDP level that we had before the sanctions. But when speaking about how important this is for us to have FDIs, we need to keep in mind that since 2001, when Serbia became again part of the international economic flows and became again integrated in the European economic system, although membership is still far away, but we are increasingly integrated in it, both in terms of remittances coming from our workers abroad. These remittances are bigger than all direct foreign investments, but looking from 2001 to 2007, because this year was not mentioned arbitrarily, at that time we had inflow of investments, but they were mostly to meet the needs of the domestic market, and this was not sustainable. So there was a resetting during the global economic crisis in 2009, where our approach to FDIs changed more to those who are export-oriented. And this turning point where Serbia was identified as a good investment place at the time when fiat came back to Serbia. Yes, the government invested in fiat and so on, but we should not view it only through what fiat achieved as the leading exporter at the time, but at that time, Serbia was recognized as a country with better credit rating, as a country perceived as reliable and predictable. And over the past 5 to 6 years, our exports increased in double-digit figures. But at that time, we became too focused on investments while at the same time neglecting another factor of sustainable development, which is the domestic market, and what happened with domestic consumption, which is the basis of the GDP, because 60% of GDP is related to domestic consumption. We also neglected the living standard in Serbia, and with the decreasing population and decreasing number of consumers. But I will close soon by saying that what is the basis of our economic system estimated to grow by the World Bank by 5 to 6% per year soon. So we are still at 2 or 3%, significantly under our potential that was estimated. So attracting FDIs, preferably in areas of greater added value. So we're happy with the volume, but not with the structure. And the second thing that we will discuss, get local actors involved in the supply chains of big investors who have business operations in Serbia and in the region. You've raised many issues, and we have Marko with us also to tell us, how do you see from the perspective of the German chamber and from the point of view of cooperation between Serbia and Germany, Germany being the key economic partner of Serbia, how do you see FDIs from your perspective? We've heard other perspectives so far. Therefore, I'd like to ask you, Markus, what has changed, for instance, since 2015 until today, when we are seeing the reduced employment rate in Serbia? Is it the lack of qualifications of the labor, something that you are facing when the German businesses come to the Republic of Serbia?
Yeah, thank you very much. We are actually, or German business is actually facing both. We are facing just the lack of workforce, and we are facing the lack of qualified workforce, which is very different. But it's not only that we are facing this, we are also working on that, because we are actually sharing our success model. And it was, I don't know, in 2001 or 2002 that The Economist wrote about the secret weapon of German business, and that was our dual education. Dual education is a very practical approach on how to teach young persons that want to have a professional education. Not a higher education, but a professional education. And this is actually something that is working in Germany, that is working in Switzerland, that is working in Austria, where young people are learning 2/3 of the time in companies and 1/3 in schools. So it's a very practical approach, and the young people also learn theory, but it's not the focus. The focus is really the training on the job. And this means when in Germany someone is looking for such a job or a training station, they learn already when they apply for it, because they have to look for the place. They have to apply with companies. They learn the whole game from how you find a job in real life. And those kids are 15 or 16. This is something we also as a chamber supported to introduce here. And we are very proud, and it's very good to see that the Serbian government is supporting this with huge resources. I also worked in a lot of other countries, and I have comparison to my colleagues in other Balkan countries. You really have to say that if you look at the support, the financial support for foreign direct investment in Serbia, and the personal commitment by the government to this topic, this is really the highest that I ever saw in Eastern Europe. So they really make a point here, and it's a foreign investor and a German investor, when he comes or she comes to Germany, to Serbia, they really have the feeling, I'm important here, I will be heard here. And this is very important when you make your investment decision. In addition to the amount that you actually mentioned, that is the inflow, 4.4, 4.6 last year, we have to see that foreign direct investment is only measured when the investor made his or her first investment. But the company is then acting here. And they're giving workplaces, they pay taxes, they bring technologies, they're bringing new management approaches. They are then already acting here, and what they are doing here is not measured anymore like foreign direct investment once they have invested. So they are reinvesting, because usually you have the situation that a company who came here and is investing here, the business model is to supply into European value chain. And it's not so important how high the profit here is. It is much more important to deliver high quality components into the value chain that we have all over the world.
Okay, thank you very much. Sada da nastavimo, baš smo čuli od gospodina Markusa.
So let's continue based on what we have heard about training, the need for further training, for what Mr. Boyan said, the need for a different model of choosing and then supporting FDIs coming from Serbia. Ms. Milena, can you tell us what the developmental agency plans going forward with the accumulated knowledge? Do you turn to different work models with time? Since 2019, we have introduced several programs trying with local companies, meaning SMEs, to develop them so as to be the suppliers of multinational companies. So as of 2019, our permanent program called Go Into Supplier Chains, where local companies, by applying for certain financial incentives, depending on what the multinational companies needs, they can obtain financial support. I want to mention 3 programs that are very interesting, especially the program of, going into supply chains. The second one is promoting exports, and the third program is equipment. And from the analysis that we have seen from since 2019, most SMEs apply for equipment. Equipment is obsolete here, and this is the first step for them to keep developing. And what we have mentioned with SMEs, what they lack, what often is was set as a challenge, is the market. Our companies still do not have the business logic, and there's not all, but most of them haven't developed a system of planning, of placing their products on certain markets. And this is what is present in all programs that the development agency opened, and where we faced the local entrepreneurs. They don't have a system of planning in advance. This is the difference I saw working with both local and foreign investors. Sorry to interrupt you. Are foreign investors ready to invest their knowledge in the value chain, or profit dictates that there is simply no time for that? In the modern world, time is very important. When you show the initiative, foreign investors have a clearly planned flows of the market. A local business is still learning how to come to these, how to enter into these flows. In the next couple of years, we must introduce the local, teach the local entrepreneurs how to follow the requests on foreign markets. Foreign companies want to have local suppliers in Serbia. local companies that work a lot with foreign investors know what I'm talking about, but you have a big economy in Serbia. When you see the structure of financial incentives, you have many projects for Serbian companies that were given incentives, but the amounts and the number of staff that they employ are much smaller than the number of workers and the amounts of investments done by foreign investors. Mainly the challenge is the fact that Serbian companies do not have a big market. The cooperation between the Serbian businesses and foreign investors should go in that direction. So these programs that the development agency offers, the Serbian companies should use them in order to improve their business and get closer to some world standards. Does that mean that the focus of your work will be that? Yes, it already is. From 2019, these programs are there. Through what we see through the numbers is that there are not enough Serbian companies applying, because in order to be shortlisted in this program, you have to satisfy certain criteria, that you have stable business, that you are in the processing industry, that you are paying your taxes on regular basis. So these are the main criteria that a company should fulfill, a Serbian company, in order to be able to apply for incentives. And then when they satisfy this, they must satisfy, to have a certain idea. It's not enough just to apply to get the money. So Mr. Marcus, he wanted to, add something. I want to ask you, what is that you require? What is the key thing as the German Chamber of Commerce? What is key that you require in terms of changing the business culture in Serbian companies in order for them to have greater cooperation with you?
Yeah, thank you very much. We also have a program that we call Supply Initiative Western Balkan. And we are doing this already for more than 10 years, jointly with our colleagues in the neighboring countries. We are selecting companies, and those who are actually fit enough, we bring them to Germany to meet with potential buyers. We do this every year. We have a delegation, and we have the same problem as you. Very often we do not have enough applications. Why? There are 4 topics that actually our companies say. You have to have the technologies, you have to have the right process or processes, transparency, and sustainability. So they say processes, technologies is more and more covered by Serbian companies. But transparency and sustainability is lacking, especially sustainability when you come to our future economy, where we will count on how much CO2 are you actually producing, how sustainable are you green, what kind of energies are you using, all these questions. You have to imagine, a company like Siemens or Bosch, they say, we oblige ourselves, we will be CO2 free in 2000, maybe 35, maybe 30. This is only, 10 years, 12 years left. That's not much. So you have to have a plan how you reach that. And if you want to become a supplier, you will have questions. For example, okay, how do you secure renewable energy in Serbia in 2030? Is there a plan? Can you prove that you really will supply us products with either a low or zero CO2 level?
Hvala vam na tim uvidima novog zadatka za vladu Republike.
Thank you very much for these insights. And before we change our questions, one question for Bojan. Let me give you an example. I'd like to hear from you the spillover effect of FDIs. You mentioned Fiat. There was an internal research that we did on spillover effects of fiat. So right now we don't know whether it will be a new Panda model or not. And related to Marcus as well, what happened to these workers, and is this a true spillover effect? We know the subsidies that the government provided for fiat to come here, but we also know that the majority of highly qualified workers in logistics from Kragujevac ended in Bosch near Belgrade, where they now have plant 1, plant 2, and are building plant 3. And later on, there was the next level of spillover on city in Pančevo. So I'd like to hear from you. So does all of this money from the budget come back to the citizens of Serbia through these spillover effects? Yes, the spillover effects are felt at local level. People work in a factory that provides above average salaries. You see it later in hospitality, in retail, in construction industries. People start renovating their apartments. So there is this spillover effect. But with fiat, the impacts were much broader because they were felt nationwide. On the other hand, it's important to note, for instance, look at workers. Now you have from Fiat factory workers who were qualified for different trade and engineering and managerial jobs at the European level. So later on, they could choose what they want to do, whether they will stay in the factory, wait for the time when the new model will be started and produced in Serbia. Let me give you an example. There was an idea, and this is what the trade union said. They were saying that it was offered to workers to go to Slovakia, some of them, to work there, but when they went there and when they saw the working conditions, they didn't decide to stay. Even people from Italy decided to come. Slovakia has been part of the EU since 2004, but the working conditions were not better than they were in Kragujevac. And knowing that these people would have to resettle or to be away from their families, they decided to come back to Serbia and try to find jobs in other companies in Serbia. So this created benefits, economic benefits, through spillover of these salaries to local businesses, but greater opportunities for workers who worked in these companies. Talking about integration in the supply chains, this cannot be only the accountability of those who want the supply chains. We have to talk about the big actors who establish these. Marcus mentioned sustainability and whether Serbia is ready in terms of labor force or energy consumption and so on to support this. Now the question is raised, question of sustainability is raised not only to the individual region, but of Europe as a whole. So we want to know how this will impact the broader environment. We need peace, stability, inflow of investments, and opportunities to continue with increased demand for our products in the markets of Europe. Let me give you an example. Again, it is Germany, which is a motor of the EU, and in the Western Balkans, certainly its partner is Serbia. It is well known for the quality of its products, and there is sustainability issues on several levels. When you look technologically, investment in innovations and so on, Germany and Europe as a whole is starting to lag behind the US or Eastern Asia. So where you look at the list of most prestigious universities, the Shanghai list, which is seen objective in terms of ranking universities, the first 18 are the US and 2 are Great Britain. When you look at the list of 50, you will see 4 Chinese and none from Germany, which is seen as a model of successive economy, which it truly is in Europe. So when we think about sustainability, we need to know that this ongoing crisis, pandemic, inflation, war, and everything else, raising uncertainty in businesses, now we need to think more about sustainability than about maximizing profits. So when things certainly need to be profitable, but whether we could reduce profits for the sake of sustainability, then this is becoming a big issue and is reflected in green transformation and other things.
Kad ste počeli da
Thank you, Bojan. I was afraid at the end when you mentioned that we needed to reduce profit that we would be accused that we were socialist or communist. So before the next block of questions that I prepared for our panelists, I want to ask you if you have any questions, the audience. So please, take the microphone. So speaking about sustainability, I want to mention that sustainability are not only green technologies. I support them, of course. I think that the position is one of the SDGs and the position of female entrepreneurship. So including female companies in the supply chains of major companies is one of the principles of, well, empowering women and the role of women in the community. I would like this category to be promoted and to be taken into consideration. I'm a member of the German and Serbian Chamber of Commerce, and I hope that they will promote this principle, inclusion of women companies in supply chains of big companies, and, well, support them. When it comes to the Development Agency of Serbia, maybe provide certain more flexible conditions or some kind of even positive discrimination when it comes to support programs. Well, I support this, of course, and I want women to be prioritized, but in business you do not have women or men jobs. Either the job is well done or not done well. So on the business side, I have to admit that I'm not sure how this can be accepted. If someone has made a part for the automobile industry, and if this company is a good company, well, there is no difference if the owner is a man or a woman. I'm sorry, but we haven't heard this. As you have quotas for the participation of women in managing boards, that's a different thing. Well, it's similar. The participation of women companies is one of the principles of the UN Gender Equality Agency. So this call should not be a cold call when a women company approaches a multinational. This call should be sent. So it's a good debate. So maybe Mr. Markus, as our guest in Serbia, maybe you could give your own perspective. We have a minute of time, so brief. Inclusion of women and this aspect, this ponder of that in your decisions.
Yes, I think this is a very important topic, and if you're a member of our chamber, please let's discuss. We can open a working group, a committee on this topic, to break this nearer to the companies, to make this a priority. At the moment, I would say, if I remember the events, for example, those supply initiative, there was almost, I don't remember any females there, because it's more about metal processing, it's about electronics, and I'm not sure whether you find really female entrepreneurs in this field that we are working now on, but maybe different. So I'm ready to support this. Let's discuss this afterwards.
Hvala vam na odgovoru. Četvrti red, pa kasnije treći red.
Dobar dan svima.
Ja sam Ankica Momčilović iz Ministarstva privrede.
From the Ministry of the Economy and the Sector for SME Development, and I'm glad that we have a colleague from the Development Agency because we do cooperate. I don't have a question. I just want to build on what kind of support to SMEs exists. It exists in continuity when it comes to financial support from 2015. And every year the budget allocated for our program is increasing. And the programs are conceived in such a way that we support beginners, and we have a category of young people up to 35, and we have a vulnerable category, women, as mentioned. A special program for women has been developed as of 2021, and the bulk of the grants given by the ministry is for supporting female entrepreneurship. We have two programs, equipment program, the biggest, most popular, where we have the support of the EU. Sorry, what is the withdrawal rate of these funds? We are satisfied every year these funds are spent. So for example, now we need more, and we always find a way for more funds. We have many applicants, and then we want to, well, satisfy everyone. So the ones that have fulfilled the requirements and have enough funds, there is no reason not to get the grant. Also, there are companies that, well, are aware of these programs. They are making good use of them. They used them in the beginning. For example, they applied for beginners programs, and now they're competing for the development program or equipment program for companies that are already doing business for more than 2 years, more stable, and they want to continue investing. So we are really trying to adapt these conditions. The equipment program is very simple, it's electronic, you don't have to go to any institutions. Another question, the regional prevalence of this. Is this focused on Belgrade? No. What I want to say is that the program is completely accessible, available everywhere, both for female-led companies and other companies. Yes, we know the level of the Republic, but where are the beneficiaries from? You have regions where, well, which are less prevalent, so they're not really applying. What are these regions? The south is the Bosilegrad, for example, because we know where we're granting the grants, and we have good cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce. We meet these companies, we hear about their problems, and we really try to adapt the conditions and to improve them as far as we can. So there are support programs. Unfortunately, the information is not inaccessible, but people simply don't know. They don't know who they should turn to. We also have regional accredited development agencies, 17 of them at the local level, where everybody can go, not only for information, they can get free support, training that we finance. This is non-financial aid to SMEs, but people simply, well, either they have too much work or they don't have any understanding about the system. So you have those who are really using this. Unfortunately, you have those that do not know. We are trying to diversify our grantees. If you get a grant 1 year, you have to wait for some other year. So we can speak about the fine-tuning of this financial support in terms who will we continue to support, but de facto this is there. Women have been supported, and we have good cooperation with female associations, and we can only continue. So this is the task for all of us, to disseminate the awareness. And third row, then Stefan, and we will continue with the questions. Aleksandar Matkovic from the Economic Sciences Institute. The question is, Marcus, I wanted to ask whether you want to ask, should I continue in Serbian? Yes. My first question is, how do you assess the relation of profitability and the green transition as to the German auto industry? Because if the German automobile industry stumbles, this will be felt all over the supply chains. The second question is, in 2017, there was an event, Siemens and Alstom should have merged. The EC prohibited it, and the German Federation of Industry supported this as some kind of competition, protection from competition of China. So I would like to know, what do you think about the German automobile industry, whether it has continued struggling against Chinese influence in other means, since China has an incredible production of green cars, and this was also a relevant question in Serbia due to Rio Tinto. So green transition has some kind of additional importance in Serbia. So if you can comment on that. So thank you. So very specific question for you, Mr. Marcus.
Major driver in Germany. You may know that we have a new government, and we call it traffic light coalition of Social Democrats, Greens and Liberals. The red, yellow and green, the party colors. And you before asked about the profitability. I'm not aware, I don't have the figures, but we have discussions now in Germany about a post-growth economy. An economy where growth is not the major criteria for success. And this is really would be a very different approach, because then you have the question, what else is the criteria for success? The answer would be sustainability, but who is measuring it? How you measure this sustainability? So this is a big discussion, and I don't want to enter this here now. But when it comes to German automotive industry, the big challenge is, and this is also here in Serbia, it's not only about producing electromobile cars, it's about the infrastructure. You have to have the charging stations, you have to have the services. It's not so easy, or it's different to repair a high voltage battery in an electromobile car than the old-fashioned combustion engine. So, and this is a whole infrastructure that is actually in the moment in the process of changing, not only in Germany, but all over the European Union. And I really have to admit that I just drove a Chinese electric car and compared it with a Mercedes-Benz that I also drove. And it is how to say, a decent car. You really have to admit, for a much better price. But this is the first impression. You have actually to measure the car concerning the life cycle. And then that's the question, I suppose, I'm not sure, but I suppose that if you look at the life cycle, usually German products are much more, how to say, saving and more sustainable, because they need less services, they are higher quality. But this you will see in 10 years, 15 years.
Hvala vam na tome. Stefane, molim te, postavi pitanje.
Thank you for this, and let's now have a 10-minute cycle to my last round of questions, and we will see where time leads us. Thank you very much for your contributions so far. I will not take too long. I want to ask specific questions. We've heard from the Ministry of Economy, from Ms. Radovic, that programs are there. This is what our interviews at local level told us as well. But they also always ended with some however or but. And the number of applicants very often cannot fulfill these criteria that you mentioned. But we've heard also that there is lack of interest because the application process requires, as you said, time and other efforts. So I'm not asking where the problem is. I'm asking whether it's possible to rectify this and to increase the application of local businesses. And in view of what Marcus said, is there difference between involving suppliers in value chains, for instance, with German companies who pay attention to processes, sustainability, and so on, and if it's the case of investors from other countries? I will not mention Chinese here. In view of involving subcontractors here. And specific question for Marcus, in October, we signed the free trade agreement between Serbia and China. One of the arguments stated by the Serbian government was that this is potential to attract many investments, that Serbia will have privileged opportunities to export its products to the market of China. How do you interpret this argument from your perspective of German economy? Could this potentially be a trigger for new investments from Germany in Serbia? Ms. Radovic first. National businesses certainly can get involved, and let's finish on the positive note. There are a number of ways. We work with them through fairs and exhibitions, or we now have a big project where a foreign company expressed huge interest to work with domestic businesses. So usually it starts with the initiative of the foreign investor who gives us certain groups of products that they need, and then it is up to our agency to organize the local businesses, get them together in order to be in direct communication with this investor. What I see as a situation is that national businesses have to go from one grade to the next. Like in school, you have many small companies that are excellent, but the owner and his strategy on how to develop the company over the next 5 or 10 years, this is the factor that determines where the company will end up. And we, as Ministry of Economy or the agency with our programs, cannot get involved in this. To be part of big international supply chains, the company needs to have certain level of maturities, certain business culture, certain technologies in order to be able to respond to the requirements of the internationals. So my experience tells me that in our economy, about 30% of our companies are medium, who are mature enough to be suppliers to multinationals. This number should be higher. But I think that the development agency, judging from its programs, will be working on increasing this percentage over time so that we have more mature companies who recognize and use our programs, because the point is to develop the small ones to be eligible to be integrated with international. Specific question for Marcus, so please, let's hear your feedback.
Yes. At the moment, I don't remember any German investor asking for such free trade agreement when they are choosing their location. Because at the moment, the business process is, when you here in Serbia, it's oriented on the European market. And I'm not sure that this will change, because the whole pandemic situation showed that if you have very long supply chains, that makes the supply chain very non-resilient. And you have risks that we all learned when a tanker is have a havardy in Suez Channel or something else, or you don't have enough containers in a Chinese port. And at the moment we see a clear trend, and this is also a chance for Serbia, that the companies want to shorten the value chain and want to produce near, we have a term nearshoring, to purchase or to produce near the European Union or in the European Union what is for the European market, and the production in the Chinese market is at the moment more, or Far East is more and more on these markets also concentrated. So at the moment I don't see an advantage for a German investor when we would mention this free trade agreement.
Hvala vam na tim odgovorima. Čuli smo dosta zanimljivih informacija ovdje.
Oh, thank you for your answer. I'd like to end this panel, it being the end of the year, and BFP made it possible. I'd like to ask a round of questions, since this is a panel about strategic relevance, to link this to geopolitics and think of what would happen under certain scenarios. One question for each speaker. First for Bojan. Imagine that you are in the shoes of the governor of the National Bank of Serbia. The exchange rate is very stable. And without going into reasons for this, it is now that the German auto industry decides not to invest so much in the Republic Serbia's automotive industry. And of this 4 billion, we go back to 1 billion. What would you do with the exchange rate, or whether you would resign from the position of the governor? Why is the exchange rate at this level, 117.2 dinars per euro? It's been so for 5 years. What is happening? So the situation is that capital comes into the country in different ways. So first the remittances, the foreign investments, the portfolio investments, investments in state securities, whereby the country borrows for its budget deficit and for loan repayments. So every year we need to raise 7.5 billion. So all VAT that is collected in the budget is for annual debt repayment. So there is one myth about the Serbian economy as to whether our exchange rate is realistic, and the most simple explanation of those saying that it is not realistic, that it should be 140 dinars, 240 dinars, I asked them, have you ever heard anyone in the street offering foreign exchange? No. That's because it is realistic. You can buy it in the bank, you can buy it in the exchange office at a very, very small difference. But another important thing here is that we now have a pressure on the exchange rate to strengthen the dinar with respect to the euro, and the National Bank is intervening by withdrawing part of foreign exchange from the market, thus increasing foreign exchange reserves. So our process is reverse. And strengthening the exchange rate would not be good for our exports. Your products would be more expensive. But we've seen the inflationary pressure now and the situation where the exchange rate was so realistic that both the dinar and the euro were weakened compared to the US equally at the beginning of the Ukraine war. So the role of the MBS in this law is to maintain employment, to maintain the growth rate. So inflation is a bigger issue than the exchange rate. We are seeing now projections that inflation will go back to where it was sometimes in the second part of next year. So if the exchange rates were to change, this would not affect so much foreign investments, rather it would affect our balance of payments, but that's another issue. And we are covering this sufficiently. And for the end of this part, Marcus will tell you later on, over coffee, the inflow will reduce from 4 billion to 1 billion. You would be worried about the exchange rate, but not so much. Yes, we would be worried about the resilience of our economy with respect to our living standards, and thereby in view of the exchange rate. So this would be an extreme scenario, which hopefully will not happen.
Bi se to desilo, to bi zaista
If this would happen, this would introduce the Serbian economy in a major problem when it comes to sustainability and demography, because people would start looking for work outside of the country. As if we would agree, so it's a question for Mr. Radovic, actually. We are making scenarios, and Mr. Marcus, since he's in the panel, he says that with 4 billion it will come to 8. I'm not criticizing you, but you are doing specific things. Has RAS and the state of Serbia a scenario where we procure workers? Do we want to offer the investors how to deal with the shortage of labor? So where are these workers coming from? From the region? Yes, they would come from the region, most definitely. Well, certain workers are coming. Through the previous panelist that was saying that in Zrenjanin people have been imported and they're working. This is a sensitive matter. I think that markets are changing, labor is changing, workforce is changing. It's not the same as it was 15 years ago or 10 years ago when we started with foreign investment. These market flows should decide what they should and how they should develop. Knowledge is something you cannot take away from anyone. If you are working on your nation, you are improving education, the school system, you will always have educated workforce that will be well paid. And cheap labor will be something different. Even if important from other countries, it will have jobs that are less paid. Investment in schools and education is the first priority. And, well, another question, strategic, geopolitical, for Mr. Marcus. So if you are in such a situation, for example, there is a geopolitical turmoil or directive or a business incentive for this region, for example, the Western Balkans, are left, abandoned in terms of relocating production in other regions. Do you have a plan ready for that? Maybe Northern Africa in 10 to 20 years is a region, is the next market supply chains of the German economy are spreading, and which is the driver of the European economy, of course.
So actually, we are located in 190, no, 100, in 94 countries and with 130 locations. We are all over the world and located in almost all countries that are relevant for German business. And also including in Northern Africa. I have colleagues from a chamber, let it be Tunisia, Morocco, we have all locations there. And companies that are working here, they are also already in Northern Africa. If, for example, you take Leone or Drexelmeier, they are located also there. The regions are competing. This is normal life. But once again, what you are now looking is always new investment. Because for, how to say, supporting these, the National Bank said that in 22, foreign direct investment was 7.6% of the GDP here in Serbia. And for supporting this, you need every year new investment. Our task is both to work with those who are already here and also to attract new investment or tell German companies what they could actually achieve here in the country. And we will continue this even if, for example, for 1 year or 2 years, for whatever reasons, there would be less investments. Before I worked in Ukraine, I switched I changed. Even before the war, I applied to come to Serbia because after 10 years, I just wanted to see a new location. But my successor is still working in Ukraine, and even with the war there, we have different programs, Rebuild Ukraine, where we are doing both. We are attracting investors into Ukraine that is in war, but also caring for the companies that are still working there. And there are not many companies that actually left Ukraine. There have been some companies that have been destroyed. For example, in Donetsk, there was a production facility from Knauf, very famous companies, and they were just flattened. There was nothing left over of it. But still, we stay on, we work, and will continue working, even in war times.
Hvala vam na tome. Zahvalio bi se svih...
I want to thank you all, the panelists, as well as all of you for listening to us. We are late for 3 minutes, so I want to invite you for lunch. Thank you very much.
Well, here on this panel, how to minimize consequences of corrosive capital. I am Nikola Burazar, the Executive Editor at European Western Balkans, and I have the honor of moderating today's session. Today with us we have four, we can see, distinguished panelists on this topic. So first, Misha Popovic, the Good Governance Program Coordinator at the Institute for Democracy, Societas Civilis from Skopje. Vanja Petrova, Senior Analyst at the Economic Program at the Center for the Study of Democracy in Sofia, Donika Elshani, researcher at the Kosovo Center for Security Studies, and Mr. Igor Novakovic, research director at the ISAC Fund, who will join us here in the panel in a couple of minutes. So without further ado, let's try to tackle the topic which we have today at hand. So Misha, let's start with you. What is your view on this question put here in the name of the panel? So how to minimize the consequences of corrosive capital in the region of Southeast Europe, but also in the Western Balkans in particular?
Thank you, Nicola. Thanks for the invitation. I first want to touch upon some that have been mentioned, particularly in the first panel. And first and foremost, I would say that tackling corrosive capital is actually by and large, an internal issue, an issue of domestic governance resilience to particular attacks or exploits by corrosive capital. And actually, if you take the definition of corrosive capital, it is basically defined as exploitation of governance weaknesses. And then we can expand the debate on the second part of that definition and whether we should only assign corrosive capital to particular third parties to the Western Balkans or have a more broader understanding of the risks that particular investments have in creating some disruptions in the domestic but also in the regional economy, disruptions that can have ramifications outside of the economic sector and in particular to the democratization process more broadly. So I completely agree with some of the notions in the first panel that this is the solution should be sought internally in the states that are, let's say, receiving investments, because there are always gonna be particular sources of capital that will try to exploit and diminish competition and diminish certain outcomes for the benefit, either for economic benefit or private interest benefit, but also benefit for other parties that can have other desires, not only economic, but also political. And the second issue that I wanted to raise concerning with some of the conclusions from the first panel is one of the recommendations was that there have been too much emphasis on foreign investments, and the governmental programs should refocus and include more dedication to domestic companies. And I just wanted to relay the experience in North Macedonia about this, because this was the notion maybe 8 years ago, and lots of criticism came from both the economic and business parts in the country, but also from analysts that these foreign investments have not proven to be that successful in terms of the investments and subsidies that come from the state and the economic returns they bring to the country. And then after 2017, there was a shift, and the government actually designed a law. It was called a law on financial support to investments, which sought to level the playing field and introduce some predictability on whoever comes, there will be some schemes, some frameworks on how they will be awarded some subsidies, regardless whether it is a foreign investment or domestic investment. There was also a law on strategic investments, which kind of sought to build some additional subsidies for particular investments that the government would dedicate to. And long story short, the experience is that, again, decision-making was exploited. And we saw increased non-productive subsidies that are coming to the companies, which were generated by illegal lobbying, for instance, from chambers of commerce. This law that I mentioned, the law on financial support to investment, it had a very narrow scope at the beginning in terms of economic sectors that were eligible, and dependent on how ministers met with particular chambers of commerce, the law was expanded and expanded. So now pretty much the state is a large subsidy investor in the economic sector, and basically the outcome is that profit is privatized, but the risk is made public, and whenever they fail, they seek the government to support. So that underlines the biggest problem in the governance structure that is actually exploited by corrosive capital, and that's the weak decision-making process, or decision-making process without integrity. It is left to a decision-making process which doesn't include due diligence, which doesn't go very deep in beneficial ownership checks. Basically, and has very limited economic analysis on the business proposals and other risks that come with particular investment. And the prime example, actually, if we look from the foreign direct investment, is the Teto power plant, which was built with Russian capital in a particularly specific sector, and that is energy. And first, it had a predatory behavior towards other competitors in the domestic market. And then when the whole investment failed, the government had to take over the running of the power plant. But what is corrosive outside of this predatory behavior is that with the government taking over the management of the power plant, they had to procure natural gas from the same owners that failed the company and also failed other companies with their predatory behavior, particularly because the government led an investment in a very risky sector, in a sector with very limited competition, and that was exploited by the owners of this company, who have ties to Kremlin. The other more recent example was a dedication of the government to have to give strategic investment status to Miodrag Doka Davidovic, who was recently put on the U.S. sanctions list as a frontman to Montenegrin organized crime and money laundering schemes. He was about to start a big investment in renewables. This was luckily failed, but it outlined how the government actually started working with a known frontman of mafia. And that kind of brings forward the idea that we should not only look at corrosive capital as something coming from China or Russia, but it can come from the local organized crime schemes, corrupt power networks, or kleptocratic proxies very nearby. So based on all of this experience in North Macedonia, recently the government started, with the help of the Institute and with the help of SAIP, transposing the FDI screening mechanism, the EU regulation on FDI screening mechanism. It involves many of the governmental stakeholders, from the Ministry of Economy to the financial intelligence, financial police, some political decision-making bodies within the government. And currently it follows this idea that first and foremost FDI screening should be targeting risky areas, areas of critical infrastructure, and check through beneficial ownership who are the forthcoming investments into these particular critical infrastructure sectors. The problem is that currently the setup of the FDI screening mechanism is rather geopolitical. It doesn't include a necessary consideration of domestic problems, of domestic power networks, of domestic organized crime that, as I said, is present, and is present in particular in some sectors where even money laundering can occur, like for instance photovoltaic power plants. It's easy to launder money in building power plants, and we are about to have probably the first or some of the first power plants with suspicious capital being built in the country, with a company from Kosovo which doesn't look like have the necessary funds to mobilize more than 200 million euros to build that. So that's one of the problems, that there is no focus on governance preventing corruption, just preventing some economic actors and third parties behind these economics actors entering the economy. And the other, and I'll finish with this, the focus is on national economies. But we are seeing that national economies become integrating into regional economies. And we cannot look at FDI screening and tools against corrosive capital being implemented on national level. We have increasingly free trade agreements amongst the Western Balkan countries. Now we have Serbia having free trade agreements with China, and we are yet to see how this will play out, because some countries will ease criteria, will give access, others will prevent access, and that will actually start a race to the bottom effect. It will start lowering criteria for the countries because, again, regardless of everything, they are dependent on foreign direct investments. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Misha. Financial flows in the context of foreign malign influence in Southeast Europe. So please, I hope we'll see this soon. Okay.
Yes, you can see it. So hi guys, nice to meet you all. I'm very, very glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be able to contribute to such an important topic. And also I feel very glad and very relaxed because a lot of friends I have here. It's only Donika, I didn't know, the rest are friends from before, and I'm very glad to also make some new ones, to meet some new friends. Unfortunately, the time is very constrained, so I will have to basically rush through whatever I'm researching and whatever I'm doing, but I think I will just give you the overview of what I'm doing, and then you can, if you're interested, you can keep on digging in, researching more about it. So without any further ado, let's get, as you see, most of the time we're talking about corrosive capital flows, or I'm talking about illicit finance or illicit financial flows. I think it's a little bit of a philosophical term here of how we call this. And by the way, this is not settled either in the academic community nor in the public policy community. So there are a lot of different terminology, different terms flowing around as corrosive capital, as illicit finance, as illegal finance, malign finance. There are some very subtle differences, but we can basically say that we're talking about the same thing here. So my idea of a presentation, I think, is way too ambitious. So I will just run through it. But what are we going to cover in my short speech? Let's say so. Just so that we are on the same page, to first figure out what is this illicit finance, what is this illicit financial flows. So what are the main components and sources? What exactly is this? And then why is it important to talk about that? Why is it important to research that as corrosive capital? We're here giving our whole day talking about that. Why? Why should we keep on doing that? Then I will try to very briefly contextualize corrosive capital in our region, in Southeastern Europe, and I will show you some numbers and some data. I will just present you a database where you can check these things out. And then last but not least, I think I'll for sure not have time for that, but then you can ask me some feasible, concrete recommendations of what has to be done, what should be done so that we can have some progress and try to stem the tide of corrosive capital flows in our region. So first of all, what is this illicit finance? What is this illicit financial flows? So illicit cross-border financial flows, estimated as somewhere between 1 and 1.6 trillion US dollars a year, are harming economic development on a national and global scale. And unfortunately, autocracies have long utilized such kind of obfuscated corporate structures and corrosive capital for nefarious purposes, such as corruption, bribery, improper lobbying also, to secure anything from technologies and know-how to economic presence and influence. That's why we're talking about malign influence in the countries of interest. And understanding corrosive capital flows or illicit financial flows, unfortunately, is quite a challenge. I would say it's a Herculean task. Why? Because first of all, there is no one universally accepted definition, nor there is a single indicator to measure this phenomenon. So I would say an illicit financial flow, this is dirty money, or if I'm saying illicit financial flow or corrosive, it's just accepted as a synonym. So this is dirty money which is illegally earned, moved, or used. And this is basically corrosive capital, right? And when it crosses borders, then we have illicit finance, illicit financial flows. This, I would say, is a more narrow definition. A more broader definition would say that IFFs, these are funds, some capital flows that through legal loopholes or other artificial arrangements are basically circumventing the spirit of the law. And that's when we're talking about malign foreign influence. I would say here it's important to note that, in this area, numerous studies are determining illicit finance or corrosive capital as being hidden by definition. This doesn't have to be so. It's definitely not so. And actually, in a lot of times, these can be legitimately earned capitals that are basically laundered, or washed. As I'm coming from academia, Nicola presented me as a senior analyst at the Center for the Study of Democracy, but actually I wear a few hats, and I'm also in academia at Fudan University, which is one of the 3 biggest Chinese universities. So, in academia, I see a lot of conferences and a lot of, such kind of imposter experts on corrosive capital, on illicit finance, and most of the time what they're talking about is money laundering. And they somehow, equate money laundering and illicit finance. And I think this is something, an important takeaway maybe, from my presentation is to form in your mind this kind of distinction of what exactly are the components or sources of this corrosive, dirty money, and what are the different channels through which they are flowing. So I'm not sure whether you can really see it, but anyway, so I think even if you remember only this from my presentation, I would be happy. So the main components, so where is corrosive capital coming from? Well, first we have, this is not ordered in a list of importance, it just doesn't matter. So number one is corruption-related crime. Corruption is a huge problem, especially also in our region. Second major component of corrosive capital is organized crime. And unfortunately, our region has been all through ancient times, been a very famous route for human trafficking, drugs trafficking, smuggling, fuel smuggling, etc. And then last but not least, the third major source, this is tax evasion. So tax-related crime. And I'm talking here about tax evasion, not tax avoidance. Tax avoidance is a little bit on the, let's say, on the edge of being illicit or not. And then we have the three main channels. So you have the sources and then the channels through which these corrosive capitals flow. And the three main channels, as you already can guess, one is money laundering. So this may be one of the most famous, one of the most prominent channels, money laundering. Then we have trade misinvoicing or trade mispricing. In our region is also very, very important. And then last but not least, we have the offshore accounts, such kind of tax havens and just capital account channel. Oh my God, 7 minutes already. That's horrible. Maybe I can skip that, but okay, I'm not. You give me some slack, like give me, the 5 minutes. So why I'm showing you this map, as I asked you before, why is it so important that, we're here, gathered, and we're talking about corrosive capital? Why is it so important? Well, because corrosive capital promotes rent-seeking and criminal behavior. It reduces government's capacity to support development and inclusive growth. It drains public resources. It jeopardizes the business environment. And overall, it undermines the confidence in state institutions, in the public trust, let's say. And that's why here, I really feel sorry for you. I've been fighting with some nasty flu, and I've been coughing for a week, and the whole time I'm like, oh no, please, let's not cough. So feel free to cough, don't worry. What I'm showing you, here, why it's so important. So this is the democracy map, the democracy index in the world. And in 2020, nearly 50% of the world's population was living in some sort of democracy, if we even believe that such kind of animal exists, as democracy. But let's accept it as granted that we believe. Just 1 year forward, so in 2021, this figure has already substantially fallen, and it's below 45%. And in the latest edition, the 2022 edition, the 23 is not published yet. So in the newest edition, we see that more than 1/3 of the world's population is living under some sort of authoritarian world. And only 8% of the world lives under democracy. So this is why it's so important that we focus on corrosive capital. We study it, we research it, we get to some real feasible recommendations of how to fight it. Because this corrosive capital is the main, fuel that makes us live in such kind of unstable, shaky, authoritarian world. You see what's going on in Ukraine, in Israel, all sorts of proxy wars, in Armenia and everywhere. So this is why we need to tackle this, and this is why we're here today. I want to present you very briefly a research which basically I was leading. So what we've been trying to do is, in the last, let's say, 1 year, I've been trying to estimate the size of illicit finance, corrosive inflows and outflows, and the total size of illicit finance in our region. And yeah, you can see, just to give you an idea, so this on your, what is it, left-hand side, you have illicit financial outflows, and on the right-hand side, you have the inflows. And as you can see, by the way, the inflows, the two reddest points on the map, we have Croatia and then we have Bulgaria. And just a month ago, Bulgaria was gray listed for real vulnerability to money laundering. And I think I was basically the only happy person in the world that Bulgaria was gray listed, because this proved that my calculations are quite right? I don't want to dig into details of, what is the methodology and everything. If someone is like really interested in the nitty-gritty details of the mathematical models, because this is what I'm doing, I'm building mathematical models, and that's why I'm saying estimating, because this is the best we can do. We're only estimating, we're not really calculating it.
I estimate I will give you 1 more minute.
Okay, so just to advertise you the database, you can find all the, you can even download the whole data there. It's highlighted up there, but feel free to contact me after the panel, or I'll give you my email, or you can ask Stefan or the other great girls here. So this is the Kremlin Playbook CSD.bg, and it's pretty much a quite big database where you have Russian economic footprint in Southeastern Europe. So that covers the 6 Western Balkan countries plus Croatia and Bulgaria. And on actually the other tabs you have, like corporate footprint, foreign investment, portfolio investment, etc. The data is accessible for the whole of the European Union plus the Western Balkans. And illicit finance, that tab, and because see, we also looked at illicit finance and also disinformation, because we think that these two tools are the most potent weapons of foreign influence, of malign foreign influence. And if you access the data base, you can basically choose the different methodology, and you can choose whether you want to see the data as a total size, or as a percentage of the GDP, or as a sum. And I think I forgot here to mention that the problem of illicit finance is a problem actually everywhere in the world. As I started, in the beginning, it's estimated that around $1.6 trillion a year globally. But unfortunately, in the Western Balkans, illicit finance are much bigger problems. So whatever problems there are in the world, here they're magnified. And IFFs in our region are manifold, they're multi-directional, and they're proportionally large as a percentage of the national and the regional GDPs. So if we say that estimated in the world, corrosive capital flows are somewhere around 3% of GDP, in our region we have estimated that the size is double, so it's around 6%. And even in some cases, in some instances, it's even much larger. So for example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, 8%. In Croatia, around 7%. So yeah, just feel free to play a little bit with the database. And this is, I chose Serbia just to show you what will, if you just hover the mouse on the country, and then you can get the graph, you can download the data, etc., etc. I know he will cut me off, so I will skip all the rest that I wanted to tell you. But I just also wanted to show you this report. You can also take a look. Together with the Global Initiative Against Trans-Organized Crime, we did a report which is looking at corrosive capital after the start of the war in Ukraine. It's let's say a comprehensive report which looks at the newest trends, what are the main channels in the different countries, what have changed or has remained the same. And then in the end, we're giving some some feasible recommendations, and I will stop here because I am too near to him. I think soon, he'll start kicking me. So I really abuse the time. So I'm done. Finished.
No, thank you very much. I'm sure there are a lot of other interesting slides you could have showed us, but there is simply no time. But of course, I invite all of you to take a look at their research. I have myself seen. I have myself seen some interesting data there, but we'll come to that a bit later. So moving on the panel, we come to Donika Elshani. Donika, let's hear from you about your own paper about Kosovo's vulnerabilities to malign foreign influence and kleptocracy, as you have called it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Dobar dan svima. It's going to be difficult to top that because that was very informative and very engaging, but I'll do my best. I would like to devote the next couple of minutes of my talk to actually zoom in, as you said, in the context of Kosovo, and perhaps move away from the concept of corrosive capital towards a sister term, that of foreign malign influence, and discuss with you some of the insights from the paper that I co-authored with my colleague from the center, from the Kosovar Center for Security Studies, on the main factors that create vulnerabilities in Kosovo to malign foreign influence and kleptocracy. In the paper, we look at 3 areas that we deem to be most vulnerable to these phenomena, and these include the financing of political parties, beneficial ownership, and media ownership transparency. I'll start with the financing of political parties, since I know you have elections coming up this week, so it's probably a nice topic to start off the discussion with. And of course, I would love to hear from you and perhaps see if any sort of parallels can be drawn between our 2 cases. So despite notable improvements in the legal framework in Kosovo when it comes to the financing of political parties, the issue, the financing of these entities remains highly vulnerable to foreign malign influences. Why is that? The law contains several blind spots, or as Vanya used the word, loopholes that could easily be exploited by foreign entities with malign intent. So, for instance, the law does not include highly important matters such as digital campaigning, non-financial contributions that parties receive, third-party financing, the self-financing of candidates, and the list goes on and on and on. So let's take, for instance, the issue of the self-financing of candidates. The current law in Kosovo does not require that individual candidates running for office, such as mayors, deputies, or assembly members, to report their expenditures. These are also not included in the financial reports of their respective parties, which essentially leaves these candidates completely outside of the scope of the law. This is worrying because findings from the work that local research institutes are doing are showing that, let's say in the last local elections, 92% of candidates stated that their own funds were the main source of funding for their campaigns, and we don't know where this money is coming from and what is being done with that. Another issue that is definitely worth mentioning, and I think probably applies to all Western Balkan countries, is that of digital campaigning. I think it is the case almost everywhere now that electoral campaigns are almost exclusively conducted in the online sphere, on social media. And while a lot of countries worldwide have included this provision as part of their election campaigning or like financing laws, that is not the case in Kosovo, and that is highly problematic. So they're not regulated by the current law, and this puts transparency and accountability at risk, and also allows for questionable cash to flow inside the country. I want to move now to a completely different sector, which is the media sector, and talk about media ownership transparency. And again, especially in Serbia, I think there's a lot to be discussed about this topic. So in today's age of fake news and disinformation, it's very important that we know where we get our news from and who's behind these news. Unfortunately, in Kosovo, we're having this issue where we see 2 trends. One of them is that media is continuously hiding or not disclosing who is behind these outlets, be they traditional or online media. And the other pattern that we see is that they often either lie or they declare nominal owners in an attempt to conceal for the real owners. Another challenge is to when it comes to like tracing ownership structures of media, they are increasingly being taken over by big corporations that for the most part have no interest in media development or in media sector in general. So they are increasingly using these channels to further their own political and economic interests. And what complicates the picture even more is that Kosovo media outlets don't have sustainable funding. They have to rely on advertisements, on donors, and sometimes even political parties. So what happens is that when funding is limited, media turns to political parties and political figures to provide favorable coverage in exchange for funding. Lastly, and this is a bit more of a technical issue that I've also struggled with when researching it, is that of beneficial ownership. So just to sort of clear your knowledge on what that is, beneficial ownership refers to the individual or entities who ultimately own a company or an asset or a trust, even if their names do not appear on the registry records. So they get to enjoy all the benefits, but they do not appear as the legitimate owners. Now, in the context of Kosovo, beneficial ownership is a very new topic. Not only do people in general don't know much about it, but even institutions that are working in the sector lack a lot of knowledge on what it is and how it should be regulated. It is also an under-researched topic, and you don't see much of it in the media. You know, NGOs are not tackling it that much. So there's really a lot to be done in that in this sector. And again, here we've had some legislative advancements, secondary legislation, but still challenges persist. The legal framework, for instance, requires that all legal persons be registered in the so-called business registry, where, you know, basic information as to who is behind the business and what it does and how much it generates need to be made available. However, there is no mechanism to verify the information that is put there, and no sort of mechanism to get businesses to update these information on a regular basis. Additionally, when investments are made outside from the jurisdiction of Kosovo, there's no way to trace them, so it's very difficult to see what is being brought in from the outside. And third, there is a lot of countries have the so-called beneficial ownership registry, where this information is normally made available, and we're waiting for the law to be finalized and to be ratified, where this would actually hopefully happen in the next year. I see some looks, so I'm going to end here. But I look forward to any questions or comments from your end, if you have any. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. You didn't actually take that much time, so you could have spent maybe
I'm
1 or 2 minutes,
proud,
but I'm going to take what I get. So we move on to our final panelist. So Mr. Igor Novakovic, what is your view on this topic?
Actually, I don't know if you can hear me. First, sorry for being a bit late. The traffic today in Belgrade is incredible. I don't know if it's because of
it's
the
too late now. We spoke about that before you came.
Yeah, but the thing is that I'm personally dealing with the issue of corrosive capital, I think, since 2017, and I collaborated in that both with SIPE and with CSD, Center for Study of Democracy. And in 2020, we did a study related to one investment from the People's Republic of China in Zijin, in eastern Serbia, so in mining, where we came out with several conclusions related to that the process of selling of this company was, was done through a problematic tender, and that there are environmental issues, plus that there were holes in the contracts that were highly challenging from the standpoint of the interests of Serbia. But nevertheless, I will not dwell too much on that. Everything is online, and you can find the study. We came out with one recommendation that actually there should be, and we were referring in particular to environmental damages, that there should be a sort of a scorecard for companies in terms of environmental damages and pollution that they do, and in such a way, in a positive manner, you can actually push the companies to conform more with the national and regulation and, of course, international standards. And that gave us an idea that actually something like this could be done through, you know, a relative novelty in the world of business, and this is ESG reporting. ESG refers to, came through UN decision-making and UN standards, but actually it refers to environmental, social, and governance, and basically more or less because of the pressures from the stock markets and investors, now companies are obliged to report in a certain manner, standardized manner, about the effects of their work. And there are several dimensions. Of course, the most obvious one is environmental, but also the impact on the social surroundings where they operate, how they govern in their companies, so in terms of human and workers' rights, and of course, the impact on the employees. So we came out with a project called, let's do something called ESG Index for Serbia, where we basically took 50 biggest companies in Serbia in terms of employment, because that is the only regular way how you can measure if company is big or not. So we took 50 biggest companies and we tried to discover how they are reporting. The problem is that ESG reporting is not obligatory in Serbia. Actually, from 2020, we have something that is near to it. It's called non-financial reporting. And because I think in 2020 we got the new law on accounting, and then in this law it was foreseen that in Serbia companies are now obliged to have this, together with this financial reporting, to have also non-financial reporting and to tackle these issues related to their business making, right? But the problem is that in Serbia, of course, this non-financial reporting is not standardized, so practically everybody can do whatever they want. I mean, but in essence, it's a good thing because it traces us towards something that is near the ESG. Of course, some companies that are in private hands or part of bigger chains, and they look also for foreign investors into their business making, they are doing on their own ESG reporting simply because it's a sort of international standard, right? And of course, most of these companies are in a foreign ownership. But what came, and so basically in this index, our original intention was to have some sort of gradation there, you know, based on the quality of their reports. But it turned out that around 20 companies had this ESG reporting, another 20 had this only non-financial reporting in Serbian, and then there were 10 companies that basically had nothing, or they just had some sort of informing of public through the media or social media, which is also relevant because they are trying to provide some sort of information. Now, why is this important, this ESG reporting? Because basically you don't have, as a journalist, as a civil society researcher or academic researcher, you don't have to dig that much into the subject in terms to open a completely new field. If you're interested in certain company, you take their ESG report from the previous year, and voila, you can find a lot of things already there, and it represents a good starting point for making inquiries, for digging up some other things, for requesting some other information, etc. Now, the major problem with the ESG reports that are related to companies' business making in Serbia is the following. First and foremost, we are talking about reports in English. So, and they're usually related to the business making of the whole chain. Or so basically, if there is a mother company that owns company A in Serbia, you are the ESG reporting about the company A in Serbia is the ESG reporting of the mother company. And this is a bit crazy because we are talking about aggregated data For example, we are talking about CO2 emissions. You will get, for example, for Stella Atlantis that owns Fiat Automobiles Serbia, so Serbian car manufacturer. Stella Atlantis has aggregated data for whole world. How do we know how much CO2 then was emitted in Serbia? So I'm not saying that Stella Atlantis is violating anything. I'm just stating the problem. And then, of course, the report is not in Serbian. So what we need is actually, an effort to get not just ESG reporting by all of the bigger companies, and these are the companies over 500 employees, but also to get information in Serbian language and for the local market too. It's not enough to have aggregated data about which will only satisfy the investors, but maybe the purpose related to the communication of the respective publics in the countries where they operate are missing. And this is hugely important also from the perspective of the corrosive capital, because it can pinpoint, these reports can actually open up and provide basis for the further inquiries and actually control of operations of these companies in the countries themselves. Of course, there are two major issues related with that. First and foremost, this has to be recognized by the state. I think that the state will have to recognize it because of the EU legislation. We will be obliged to implement it. That's one thing. But again, the question is if you reluctantly apply it or if you are, leading the pack in terms of application. And of course, the media. We need also the independent media that will, hang out of this. And of course, the role of civil society is indispensable. If you are interested to take a look how we did it last year, actually, the presentation of the index was on 15th of December last year. So you can go to esgserbia.org and check it out. I think it's a novelty, it's an interesting thing. It would be worthwhile to continue with this, especially because Serbia will now, of course, because of its EU bid, implement, more reforms related to it, and we will have more chances to do a proper index in the future, I would say. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Igor. So now we heard about at least 4 different publications and research which all of you here can find useful, and I guess can find all of this online if you are interested. Let me right now open the floor to any questions from the audience, if there are any. If not, I will continue here with the conversation here on the panel. But if there's any questions, just please raise your hand. I hope I can see you despite the light. Okay. No hands at the moment. We'll come to you then a bit later. So, Misha, we have discussed so much about corrosive capital, and quite frequently we have talked about it in the context of external influences coming from authoritarian countries. But can corrosive capital also come from, let's say, democratic countries, or let's say entities such as the European Union or some of its member states? Is that something which is overlooked in this discussion?
Yeah, it is overlooked. If we look at public spending, not only investments, we can then name American companies too, which build roads. But if you are talking about investments, quite early in the 2000s, and thanks to the US FCPA law, there was a trial against Magyar Telekom and Deutsche Telekom in New York against their operation in Skopje because they used money or influence to keep the monopoly of the then mobile operators. So they basically bribed the majority and the opposition to not vote to expand into a new mobile carrier. This was settled outside of them. There were no convictions. They settled, both Deutsche Telekom and Magyar Telekom settled with the SC. So yeah, that's probably the first kind of documented case of corrosive capital in North Macedonia. But you can talk about other examples in other Western Balkan countries where you see this kind of behavior. I mean, that's basically, the definition should end where a corrosive capital exploits governance weaknesses to gain some political or economic benefit that is outside of the rules of the democratic and free market game.
Thank you. Igor, what is your outlook on this, looking from Serbia? So is it only that we're discussing here about influences from external actors who are authoritarian, or there are also issues concerning the European Union and some of its member states?
Well, the thing is that in many cases for certain EU countries you have precisely the capital coming from these authoritarian regimes, because certain EU countries are known actually as hotbeds for the streamlining of money and covering up the ultimate beneficiary ownership. But then again, the thing is that it's quite easy to say that from one hand only the capital from authoritarian countries is corrosive, and from those democratic ones there is a substantive differences. I mean, the nature of the capital is such that each and every business maker will naturally seek to have the easiest way for business making, and sometimes it's easier, much easier, if you have local authorities that are quite open for circumventing national rules, etc. So what I'm saying is that also, some of the investors from the West are not immune to certain elements that are related to the corrosive capital. So there is a responsibility then, also in the EU, because we are, again, streamlined, our ambition is to go there, and of our governments to actually deal with this in a creative manner and to prescribe standards that are equal for everyone. And that's it. I mean, simply put, I would not discriminate capital based on its origin. The point here is how to deal with any kind of attempt on influencing on the governance in the country, political orientation, environmental standards, etc. So,
what I can get from each and every one of your introductory speeches was that it's the weaknesses in the countries themselves which actually open up the space for corrosive capital and all these other consequences which we have spoken about. So, Vanja, how do you think that these financial flows should be tackled? Is it strengthening the institutional capacities of institutions in the states themselves? Is it something else?
Yeah, thank you for
something else.
something. No, what you're saying is absolutely true. And just to add to the previous point, I would also say that you have more and more influence, especially in Serbia, of like Emirati capital, and all through the region there is also a new influence of Turkish capital, especially in Montenegro. This is like something, I would say, something new. As you are saying, recommendations, so some feasible recommendations. So I would say, first and foremost, as we highlighted a few times, this is a very much understudied and overlooked topic. So what is really crucial here is to have more data, more quality, more quantity data, so that you can have a stronger policy response. You really cannot attack something if you don't really know what you're attacking, right? And unfortunately, in our region, data is very much even non-existent. Like recently, Misha knows, we were trying to, in one other project, we were trying to see what is the effect of political campaigns on capital budget flows. So flows from the central capital to the municipal budgets. And believe it or not, I couldn't get, for some of the countries, like Montenegro and Bosnia. Okay, Bosnia there is different because, you know, they have the cantons and everything, but mostly for the whole region, the data doesn't even exist. Like I'm not even saying electronically readable data. Like it doesn't even exist. No one is, although theoretically it's publicly available. You know what Goethe says, that theory is gray, but green is the tree of life. So theoretically it's available, but in practice it's not available. So this is number one. Especially if we're talking about money laundering, I would say we need a very speedy start of the new anti-money laundering authority, the so-called AMLA, which we should also cover our region, not only the EU member states. And my observation, you know, here is that the EU is, I don't want to be, you know, too harsh here, but it seems like all these malign foreign actors are always ahead of us. They're much more cunning, more witty, they're faster, and somehow our response, you know, not even, it shouldn't be response, but our regulation is always lacking behind. So this AMLA authority, it should have started, I don't know, a few years ago, but even lately, they were just discussing where the headquarters should be. So it's not going, no one really knows yet where it's going to be, but there was like a huge, you know...
Cyprus. I'm joking.
Yeah, this would be, you know, Cyprus or the Netherlands. But in the last year, what the EU has been doing is like choosing the candidate countries for the headquarter. I mean, come on, this is, and at the same time, you know, we have like sanctions evasion on a huge scale, and this is also something that has to be done and could be done, is how to strengthen the implementation of sanctions more effective. Another thing which has to be done is, you know, in most of our countries, adjudicating anti-money laundering cases or money laundering cases needs to have a predicate crime so that it gets investigated. This is something that has to be changed. So there shouldn't be a need to have a predicate crime. Another thing which has to be strengthened in our region, as Misha was mentioning, their efforts together with SAIP in North Macedonia on the investment screening, this is something that for sure in the very as soon as possible needs to be done. As for the EU, only Bulgaria and Cyprus are the two member states that do not have a functioning investment screening mechanism. I hope that this will change soon. Actually, in Bulgaria, tomorrow is Wednesday, right? So tomorrow is the second reading of the draft law. I hope, you know, we're moving the procedure in a good direction. Although this amendment of the law was proposed by a politician who is under the Magnitsky Act. No comment here. But yeah, this is also something that investment screening is very, and investment screening, not only investment screening, but just building a whole economic security framework. So all these, you know, bits and pieces of the puzzle should be as a whole of government approach. And also, because, you know, illicit finance, corrosive capital, this is an international problem. So it can only be tackled in collaboration. We have to, you know, be more, first collaborate, have data, exchange data, do this, whatever steps I'm saying. And yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Sounds easy, right?
I think I could come up with some...
You make it sound very easy, but it's not.
Well, it's not. But at the same time, for a lot of these actions, you just need to have a strong political will and to move things more swiftly and then move them forward.
Hopefully we have that in abundance,
and
right?
you know, we should not only talk the talk, like gather at such kind of conferences and just say, okay, this should be done. But I think a lot of people know what should be done, but why we're not doing it, you know?
That's a question for other people, I guess, not us here on the panel, but let's move on to Donika. So what are your policy recommendations that you come up with regarding how to tackle this issue?
I was actually just looking at my picture. It's a very old picture. It's still me. I'd like to change my hairstyles very often, so it's just a little something I noticed. Yeah, I mean, to sort of, in a nutshell, we need better laws. we need stronger institutional capacities, and we need to be more aware, and again, easier said than done. And you know, better laws only gets us so far, because as is the case, for instance, in Kosovo, but I'm sure also in your respective countries, you know, we have great laws, but when it comes to implementing them, we're understaffed, we don't know how to do it, etc., etc. And to go back to, I was talking about the financing of political parties. I spoke to people from the Office for the Oversight of Funding of Parties, which is an office within the Central Election Commission in Kosovo, and the people working with, so they're understaffed. There are probably like 3 people that deal with, that are working directly with all parties in Kosovo and monitoring them. They don't have enough inspectors, so when it's election time, they're dealing with like a small number of people that can go out there and see what's going on and where they're getting their money and who's involved. So ultimately, these two need to go hand in hand. But I want to highlight, and go back to what Vanya said, highlight the importance of what we are doing, actually, of like civil society, of like knowledge production and data production. I think we need to keep doing what we're doing, even if, you know, we end up speaking to people in a room that already know these things, or that don't necessarily have the power to enact policies and ultimately change things. But I think we need to keep doing what we're doing. And another thing that all countries in the Western Balkans need to do when it comes to tackling and monitoring issues that relate to corrosive capital and foreign malign influence is to empower journalists, to empower investigative journalists. I think we didn't really mention that too much, but I think it's very important that we give them the tools that they need to be able to follow these dangerous trends and sort of give us the data that we ultimately want.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll get to open the floor once again to questions from the audience, if there are any. Okay, I see one hand. Any other hands? No, not so far. Okay.
Good day.
On sanctions invasion, any thoughts, any follow-up research related to the research, for example, of Radio Free Europe, of Serbian companies being quite active in exporting the goods of the dual use to Russia? Any thoughts on the sanction or control mechanisms throughout the Western Balkans, or specifically in Serbia? I guess you, Igor, would be the right address.
I think sorry, Igor, we have a couple more questions there, okay? Let's pick up 2 or 3 questions and then move on.
Yes. Hello to everyone, Marko Sakovic from Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Quick question for Misha Popovic. On when we talk about screening of FDI, what are the governing principles? I mean, where do you start from? Because I'm asking you as an expert, and I would like to hear more or learn more about it. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? No? Okay, let's move on to the answers then.
Regarding the evasion of sanctions, I think first and foremost here was what Vanya was mentioning was actually related to the whole of Europe. So all of the EU. It's not just specifically in this region, because obviously the implementation of sanctions is on the EU countries themselves, and it's quite the authority of the EU here can be, let's say, unofficially, right, challenged. In terms of Serbia, I understood that this was the case at the beginning of this year, because we are talking about not about weapons, we are talking about dual-use goods. But after the visit of the EU High Representative, how it's called, for the implementation of sanctions in May this year, I think that all of this practice came under, you know, heavy scrutiny of the government, and now we do not have that problem anymore. I think that I understood it as such. However, the question remains, what is actually happening in some of the EU countries? Because if they are not willing to report, some export can happen. And of course, I mean, the question is in the end, to which extent these sanctions, you know, can continue in this way. I mean, I'm not questioning the righteousness of the intent, but right now, with the present state, I'm skeptical because we do not have an iron wall, and again, there are interests of certain EU states related to the imports. But I will not dwell too much on that.
Anybody else would like to answer the questions?
I will have to answer. Thanks for the question. Currently, the FDI screening is more geopolitical. So how it is set up in the EU is that there are checks on the member states should share information about potential investments in particular sectors, to put it simply, into the critical infrastructure sectors. So they have to share information with other member states, and they can then inform them about whether some member state has reservations or not. Because it's functioning as a single market, so that kind of entering into one member state basically gives access in most cases to the entire market. The idea about extending this is actually to include more in-depth governance protections against other forms as well. So, for instance, by how it is done, it's basically beneficial ownership, tracing, financial intelligence, and so on, so that you get information about who is the potential investor. So once you have that information, then you assess the degree of risk that particular investment carries, whether risk from political influence, from other third parties, organized crime influence, and so on. So that's basically the idea of extending that and it shouldn't only be a foreign investment screening. It should be in general. It's a resilience tool. It should be like that.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Not for now. Okay, one more, please.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask regarding this foreign direct investment screening mechanism. I mean, basically, if you can maybe outline how you see, because Serbia doesn't have one at the current stage, and which is very interesting. I saw that since 2018, well, I think the FDI screening mechanism was instituted in the European Union. Chinese investments into the European Union have fallen, and it's very interesting. They were actually focused mostly on mergers and acquisitions, the financial sector, entertainment, real estate, and so on. While in Eastern Europe, basically it's the completely other way around. They're focused on manufacture, So what do you think the consequences of introducing this mechanism to Serbia, and I guess Macedonia and other countries will be? So that's one question. And the other question is like, constantly when I first saw the concept of corrosive capital, well, my first thought would be, okay, so when did this corrosive capital, start to take place? When was it like created? And it's I'm asking this because basically the way China has been reacted. I mean, sorry, this is my level of expertise, so I'm constantly referring to China. But basically, the way it reacted into the crisis of 2008 was completely different from what we had in the European Union. We had austerity and like fiscal restraint, but in China they had like fiscal stimuluses, which when you open up, huge numbers of factories of like steel and cement, of course, obviously, if you don't have export markets, you will have a crisis of overcapacity. And, I think that this push factor is something that's pushing basically Chinese capital, to outbound investment. If you look at the data, actually, that's a rare case because on a global level, since 2015, foreign direct investment has been falling, So, to what extent is this a special case, actually? Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Who would like to answer this?
Just for the record, In Macedonia, it's still not enacted. It's in a process of creation of the law. And currently there is like a debate whether FDI screening should be applied to incoming new investments, or it should also entail checking up existing investments, and investors are very hesitant in supporting the second option because obviously, particularly in publicly traded companies, this is very hard to kind of draw the line where actually some influence can be exerted to a conduct of a particular company and how this can be traced to some third actor. I cannot say how this can turn into in Serbia for the reasons that again at this stage it's a political tool currently. It's not like a very blind governance tool. So.
Thank you, Igor. You want to say something?
Why this mechanism is important, and I will give you one example. So it's related that Misha mentioned that critical infrastructure in the state. So in terms of cybersecurity, for example, you are obliged, actually state if we want to be effective in protection of our network and systems and a critical infrastructure, then the state decision makers have to engage also with the private sector. Meaning that operators of the critical infrastructure, which also, for example, includes, I don't know, mobile telephone networks, internet connections, etc., but also some other elements which are in private hands, let me mind that in most of the cases, they have to be included into, a sort of counseling, exchange of information with the government. Now, if that private entity is controlled directly by a foreign state, what do you think it can happen to our national cybersecurity or our interests related to the critical infrastructure? So this is why we have to have this mechanism in place and to think constructively in a sense, okay, if we want to have, to have all of the aspects related to the critical infrastructure in check and control, then we have to have this kind of mechanism.
Okay, thank you. Vanya, you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to mention something else about the mechanism. So first of all, as the gentleman on the back row was asking, a little bit more information on the mechanism. I would say, the investment screening mechanism all over the EU is still a work in progress. Although investment screening in Europe is not a new thing. Maybe, in the last few years, especially since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, there's maybe more attention on it, and a lot of countries are now expanding its scope, but it's not a new thing. If you look at the data, a decade ago, even almost maybe 2 decades ago, a lot of the European countries like, Germany and a lot of the Western countries had some form of an investment screening mechanism. As of right now, if you want to know more, just read the regulation. And lately, this month, there was like a new, what will happen from now onwards with how the regulation will change. But basically, as of now, it is very divergent. So in the different countries, you see very different. So number one, scope. So in the different countries, there is different scope of investment, what exactly they're screening. And not only scope, but also size of the investments. Also, in most of the countries, they are not screening investments which are coming from subsidies. This is a huge problem, if you want to cut such kind of corrosive capital, where you just, you are a whatever, let's say, Chinese company, you come open a subsidy and then they already, this subsidy is functioning and investing all over, then this is not screened in most cases. So, I think in generally looking, the regulation will develop from now on, and I think in the near not so near future. The idea will be that it will be unified for all the member states. As for the other gentleman who was mentioning about China, so yeah, it is true. I've also been looking at the data. Mergers and acquisitions have been falling down. But at the same time, you see that greenfield investments are going up. So it's some sort of a balance. And I see a lot of critics of investment screening. They're saying, yeah, but look at the investments. They're falling down. And we have to strike some balance that we don't, because the idea of the investment screening mechanism is not to deter all sorts of good investments, right? So there should be a balance between the interest of the business and the interest of the government and building this kind of economic security framework. But I think as for the investments of China, that M&A are falling, but greenfields are going up, it's really hard to say, is this really the effect of the screening? Because there's so many other factors at play, and at the same time, China imposed outbound screening, and in the last two years, they've been...
to conclude the panel.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Igor, just one sentence, please.
No, just one sentence. I mean, it's really hard to say that it is because of the screening mechanism, because as Vanya said, in 2020 we had corona crisis, broken value chains. I mean, is it necessary to have, to claim that this is just because of the screening mechanism? I mean,
Does
there are
anybody
many more
else have
factors
a
in play.
final sentence? Or we can conclude. Final sentence.
Oh, we can say a few.
For the panel. No, thank you very much. I actually had a bunch of other questions, but the conversation actually became pretty technical by the end, so my questions would seem to be too broad, but I'm personally very interested in the main topic, I mean, for me at least, is what kind of consequences all of this has on democracy. But we can leave that on some other discussion, so thank all the panelists for being here, part of this panel, and for all of you who have taken part in this event. And now I'll give the floor to Stefan Lisavljev for his final remarks of the event.
I would first like to thank all of the participants and the panelists for sticking up with us, and I will just turn to Serbian for a couple of minutes zbog toga što smo ovim.
With this, we close the conference. I hope you enjoyed the 3 panels. Thanks to all those who were with us throughout the day or who joined later. This is not the end of our time together. Today, after we leave this room, there will be cocktails served outside, and I invite you to join us for some refreshment, or you can continue networking and your discussions. The publication that we talked about this morning and presented is available at the Belgrade Fund for Political Interest web pages. You can look it up and download. Thank you once again and enjoy.